My friend, Substa Chair Harry, is representing us both in Maldives, and he's participating and actively contributing to your work. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the third and final day of the fifth workshop on GGA under the GGA work program. I'm aware that some of you, the virtual participants, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, are either staying up very late or are waking up exceptionally early. So let me begin by thanking you for your dedication. I understand that you have already had two very productive and engaging days. And on day one, you focused on transformational adaptation and the opportunities such an approach would bring, which offers a basis for us as ambitious an outcome as possible for the GGA. On day one, you also had a session focusing on indigenous peoples, highlighting how we can learn from their knowledge, values, and wisdom. And then yesterday, the discussion shifted towards changing mindsets. This links closely with the transformational approach, whereby we will all need to look at new perspectives and work together in new ways across sectors, governance levels, and continents. I was pleased to know that all participants, both in person and virtual, engaged constructively in the breakout groups. I hope we can utilize similar ideas in the upcoming workshops. The day featured three main sessions, starting with the expert presentations and Q&A and interactive breakout groups, before a panel on national and regional perspectives closed the evening. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has made presentations over the past 2 days. Contributions of and interaction with a diverse group of experts are greatly beneficial as we make progress under the work program. Turning to today's sessions, you will note that the focus of the discussion will be on developing the GGA framework, as well as considering the global stocktake. The decision to initiate the development of a framework was, as you know, a major outcome in Sharm el-Sheikh. I gather from discussions in the other fora, including the ministerial consultations in Copenhagen, that concluded yesterday, that parties are eager to discuss elements that could contribute to development of the framework, to better catalyze current national and international implementation, and support efforts to reduce vulnerability and enhance resilience at the global level. Let me provide a little more background on how today's sessions will pan out. Moderators will, of course, expand upon it shortly. But first, let me express our sincere gratitude to the Secretariat for preparing the materials in support of the sessions. For our first session, you will go initially into two breakout groups moderated by Manfred Kolbach and Sibian Ibrahim, respectively, and I thank them for doing this. In these groups, the participants will spend more time brainstorming how to start defining the framework through an open and facilitated discussion. Each group will focus on one of the framework paragraphs from 3 CMF4. Group 1 will look at the dimensions and themes, which is paragraphs 10A and 10B, and Group 2 will look at the dimensions and the cross-cutting considerations, which is paragraphs 10A and 10C. The moderators will, of course, provide some guiding questions. Following the brainstorming, you will reconvene in plenary, where there will be a short report back from each breakout groups. This will be followed by a longer, open discussion, the aim of which is to capture outcomes, find areas of commonality, and have tangible outputs that you can build on during the future sessions. I hope you can all engage in constructive and focused manner. After lunch, the final session will be on global stocktake. It will be a short but targeted discussion with some guiding questions. As we are all aware, the deadline for providing inputs for the first GST is really challenging for the GGA. Therefore, in today's session, it would be very helpful if you could capture the key areas of commonality which are best suited for GGA as an input for the first GGA this year. Before I hand back to the Substa Chair and Minister, let me encourage you to continue engaging constructively, and I very much hope you can incorporate transformational adaptation and mindset change into the conversations that will eventually become the building blocks of an ambitious and transformative global goal on adaptation. Thank you, and back to you, Harry.
Thank you, SBI Chair Nabil colleague, for your opening remarks and inspiring words for the meeting of today. Not losing any time because we have a busy day ahead of us, I would like to hand over the floor to Hadija, Minister, who is sitting next to me.
Thank you, Chair, and it was really lovely to see you, Ambassador Nabil, even though you're just on the screen. Thank you for being with us. It's been a really nice 3 days. Well, this is the start of the third day. He already explained about the breakout groups. So group 1 will remain in this plenary room with the main link remaining the same. And group 2 will move upstairs, and the separate link has been shared with our virtual participants. And each group will have a moderator who will take you through the brainstorming session with some guiding questions. And after that, we'll come back to the plenary for a short reporting back before the open discussions. So now I will kindly ask you to join a group, ensuring there's a good balance throughout. Thank you.
I hope everybody still knows where he was yesterday, or she was yesterday, and that you move in the right direction, because up to now I don't see anyone moving.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I've just been informed that we can start. Hello and welcome. My name is Manfred Kohlbach. I'm from the EU team, and I've been asked to moderate the discussions in this breakout group number 1 today. It's good to see many familiar faces in the room, at least from my vantage point here on the screen, both in the Maldives and online. I'll be moderating online, which is of course a bit of a challenge, but I'm sure we'll manage. This group is part of session 5 on developing a framework for the GGA with a focus on dimensions and themes as they are contained in paragraphs 10A and 10B of decision 3 CMA4. And the session is designed as a brainstorming session. So we have about 75 minutes available for this brainstorming. And to make the most of it, I'd like to invite all of you to make short and to the point interventions, reflecting on guiding questions that will be provided by the Secretariat. And I understand they will be put on the screen. And in addition, of course, also reflecting on other interventions that you hear, really building towards a discussion that leads to identification of areas of commonality and simply reflections on what you're hearing from others. We'll give priority to hear everyone wishing to speak at least once, but please also feel free to come in more often to ensure that we have an interactive discussion. Moderating in this hybrid setting is, of course, a complex task, but I will be ably supported by Stuart from the Secretariat. And to take the floor, if you are on site in the Maldives, please indicate your request to speak to Stuart, and he will in turn alert me. And to take the floor online, please put your name in the chat, including your affiliation, and we will also recognize you. I'd like to apologize in advance if we don't get the order of speakers completely right. This is just, I think, due to the complex nature of this kind of moderation. But I'm sure, as I said, that we'll manage well. And with that said, and without further ado, let me just quickly confirm that the guiding questions are visible and for you to reflect on. And please also challenge questions that you wish to reflect on if needed. And let me open the floor to hear some initial reactions, reflections on the elements in paragraph 10A and 10B of the Sharm el-Sheikh decision on the GGA. Thank you. I don't see any requests for the floor quite yet, so let's see if we can have someone to break the ice. But as we are waiting, let me also just quickly recognize that we have the guiding questions on the screen now. I do see in the chat a question from Janet, but it seems to have disappeared again. Let me just quickly see. Okay, the question from Janet has disappeared. Let me just quickly walk you through the guiding questions then, as we are still waiting for someone to break the ice here. And I think if we don't have any volunteers, I will at some point make someone volunteer. Well, actually, I see now Stuart is alerting me that Australia would like to take the floor. So many thanks for breaking the ice. Luke, I think it will be you. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Manfred. Hello. Yeah, sorry, the questions came up. It took a little while for the slide to load here. So what we're seeing is the 4 questions. And apologies if I missed your earlier instructions. I was just wondering what your advice is. Are we going through them all in order, or would you like anyone to break the ice on any thought around any question?
Many thanks, Luke. I'm sorry I wasn't clear about that. I think since this is a brainstorming session, it would be most conducive to have a very open conversation, so to invite very general reflections, or if you feel a specific interest in one of the questions, to go right into that particular question. Equally, we can, of course, go through the questions one by one, but I think in the interest of having a good conversation around things that that each of you find important, you are also free to simply pick questions as you see fit. I just wanted to say the questions also interrelate, of course. If you look at the first question, for instance, there's a question around how the dimensions can be collated, aggregated at the global level, and that of course speaks to one of the functions of the framework, but there is also in the decision language a reference to another function, and similarly the second question speaks to the themes and how they could be turned into something tangible, and then the question is how would that relate to the dimensions, for instance. So you can pick up individual elements in those questions that will basically also link them in a certain way. And of course, the third question, how can the framework use and build on existing evidence? That, of course, also relates to things that we have that relate, for instance, to dimensions and themes, because the iterative adaptation policy cycle, for instance, is firmly established as the organizing principle for doing adaptation, both under UNFCCC, but also at the national and regional level. And of course, the fourth question here on the screen, in what ways can different stakeholders contribute? That is the open question, to invite really all stakeholders to contribute with their views and to just come in and to make sure that this is clearly a discussion that we have not only amongst parties, but amongst all of us who are interested in developing this framework. So with that said, let me just quickly check whether, Luke, you would want to come back. And I think that is the case. So over to you, Luke.
Yes, just two very sort of high-level observations or contributions, if you like, from Australia's point of view, that sort of pick up on some of the elements of these questions, and in no particular order. I think we find the adaptation policy cycle quite compelling as an organising principle for the framework. I think it has its structure has a lot of both value in terms of setting out different efforts across time, but also it allows, depending on the sort of responses one gives to it, the opportunity to incorporate some cross-cutting elements into the information provided up by parties. The second very sort of high-level observation, and it kind of connects to question 4 in a roundabout way, and we're talking here about subnational actors, NGOs, institutions, local communities, and Indigenous people, and the conversations over the last few days have often picked up on how these stakeholders can be brought into the process, and how their inputs can be reflected in what actually gets analysed in the results of the GGA and GST process. And I think it's really important for us to remember that I think the majority of inputs and consultations and inclusive practices will and must occur at the subnational level and are subject to the national adaptation planning process. And I think there's a limited extent, although there are meaningful ways we can do this, to which, in the absence of a NAP, we can, at the global level, access these stakeholders and include them. It really seems to me to be overwhelmingly a national responsibility. So in coming to develop the framework, we would hope that parties are consulting subnationally with these stakeholders to get inputs, and then once the framework is established in terms of getting the information and contributions from these stakeholders. Again, the primary vehicle we would see is the National Adaptation Plan. So I'll leave those comments there, and I hope that's sufficient enough to break the ice. Thank you.
Many thanks, Luke, for those comments, and I think they are well received by participants both in the room and online. And of course, they also speak specifically to aspects that are also in the decision from Sharm el-Sheikh. And I recognize, of course, the reference to, for instance, the subnational actors. They are in the decision, at least in two spaces. At least that's my reading. And of course, also the centrality of the adaptation policy cycle, something that parties, of course, agreed to place into that decision. So thank you very much. And speaking of other stakeholders, I understand that the World Bank would now like to take the floor. So over to you, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Charlie. I'm a senior economist at the World Bank Climate Change Group. Really a pleasure to be here, getting to meet so many negotiators and other colleagues, learning about all the exciting work that's going on. So I just want to maybe provide a little bit of input on our ongoing work. So we have a couple of activities around measurement and evaluation of adaptation resilience using metrics and indicators, which may be relevant of things we have learned. They are activities at different scales. So one major activity we have is a country level adaptation resilience readiness assessment as part of our ongoing diagnostic called the Country Climate and Development Report, which is really aiming to better integrate climate in all the development activities, within our own agenda, operations, and engagement with client countries. Many of them are Conference of the Parties. So this work has been growing quite rapidly. We get a lot of interest based on countries' interest in understanding their gaps in adaptation resilience capacity and also to prioritize actions. So we use an indicator-based assessment framework, which we call traffic light system. So it's very straightforward, simple. Basically you're rating country based on indicators to look at red, yellow, green, to look at the progress. And the indicator selection was really reflecting countries' priorities in their national policy and planning, oftentimes, in the NAP or NDC submission. So we use an overall framework called adaptation principles that look at 6 pillars of countries' capacity on adaptation readiness, from foundational social economic development, social inclusion, to look at governance both horizontally and vertically, and also in the key areas around macro fiscal planning, disaster risk management, and also the key sectors identified to be vulnerable, and many of them have overlap across countries as well, like the key sectors. And also the enabling environment to look at, what are the policies, regulations, investment, R&D. So we use a mix of quantitative and qualitative indicators, both global data sets, which is easy to compare, aggregate, but also real underground data collection using local expert input. Not to say it's easy to do, but we have found that process to be really important and valuable. So if there are interest in the results, we'll be happy to share. We're actually getting more and more evidence from different countries and being able to compare, doing more analytical work to see, which indicators may be more relevant and can be generalized. What are the issues that are more unique? And we're finding some countries interested in different aspects like urban resilience or coastal management, and increasingly very interested in private sector actions and how to link, metrics with also, finance. So we have a couple of parties who are very interested in using that to inform their own NAP development and doing monitoring evaluation. So as we learn along the way, we would be very happy to share our experience. Another activity we have, which is more at a very fine-scaled investment level, that we're using rating system. I think yesterday our colleagues from EIB also talked about their approach, and with all the discussion around, is it incremental or transformational? The rating system we have is really trying to measure attributes of different activities, not just infrastructure or asset investment, but also other human development or social protection, how they contribute to transformational resilience building, and also whether these investments are resilient in the face of climate. So we also have a relatively simple rating system that can be compared and aggregated. Also happy to share more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very rich and interesting contribution to our discussion. There were many things in your intervention that I thought were particularly interesting. I would actually have some follow-up questions, but I would also invite you to perhaps share, if you have access to the chat, also any link you can provide that might contain a general overview, further information on your initiative on this indicator framework. I'd also just like you to reflect, and let's just see how the discussion goes. Two things. First of all, I would be very interested to understand how the indicator framework that you have would speak to the two topics we're looking at in this breakout group, namely the adaptation policy cycle and also the themes that you find in paragraph 10b of the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the GGA agenda. And maybe also if you look at question 4, you see the framework developed under the Paris Agreement, under the GGA, of being something that can then also contribute to your work going forward. I think that would be really interesting for all participants. I'll park that there, and you might be interested to come back in a bit later if there is time and if you would like to respond. I do see on the list that we have a request for the floor from UN Habitat. And before giving the floor to UN Habitat, I just wanted to also invite online participants to please just type in your name and affiliation in the chat if you would like to come in and contribute to this discussion. So with that said, the floor is over to UN Habitat, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's great to be here in this room as we are the newcomer a little bit. Apologies, we haven't been in here last year. 1 second, just trying to not knock over glasses. The reason why UN Habitat started to engage was especially on the theme side, looking at cities, settlements and key infrastructure as one of our key mandates. And then we realized, okay, how do we actually connect the themes, or where in our operational and programmatic work are the themes interconnected with the iterative adaptation process? And we realized that much of our work is actually guided by the iterative adaptation process and in integrating actually the theme as the theme replicate in one or the other way in our natural habitat, the cities. So taking that as a bit of a laboratory exercise and how that maybe can relate to also the global goal on adaptation, there are a couple of highlights I would like to stress out. So one that we realized is when we look at where the vulnerability is the highest, then we realize looking only at vulnerability in terms of climate risk and climate vulnerability does not give us the full picture, even though we have a really good standardized approach from IPCC, and that's a framework we really we are utilizing. We realized we actually need to also look into what are urbanization spatial trends. Where do cities expand into? How does that degrade biodiversity? And where are the other interlinkages? How does it for example, go into water resources. Where does it, and that connects all the different themes that are in 10B, sorry. So it is quite interconnected. So that's where we opened up our way. We started our vulnerability assessment in itself and made it far more multilateral and multi-layered. And I think we still need to get even more fine-tuned and understand the vulnerabilities. Once we understood the vulnerabilities, we were able to hotspot and say, okay, what intervention in terms of adaptation would make most sense where the vulnerability is the highest. So that then led to the second process, also in the adaptation, reiterative adaptation process of planning for the adaptation solution. And that pretty much brought in the consultation process, stakeholders, the subnationals, the nationals, and so on. And then basically you go into the implementation of the measure, feasibility analysis, where also infrastructure investments and so on, and their bankability are assessed. And under the monitoring and evaluation adaptation, there's a lot on the environmental social safeguards that's embedded, where you also can include communities and so on. That entire process, just as an example, but where it also links up to is actually in one or the other way climate finance and the NAPs that Australia just mentioned before. If we were to take the NAPs as a vehicle for reporting back to the global goal on adaptation, then we also need to look into who's financing the NAPs, or at least for LDCs and developing countries. And much of that goes, for example, through the GCF process under the NAP thematic theme, and is under, for example, UNDP for the Climate Promise program, or under UNEP and other accredited agencies. And GCF had for the last years an assessment where they basically asked the countries to give a programmatic give a country program, say what are your priorities for your country, that then GCF uses to understand where should interventions in climate finance be redirected to. And that includes adaptation as well. So we would actually be able to have national adaptation plans financed by the country program, or influenced by what the country actually needs. And if that is linked by the most granular level of vulnerability, then I think there is a really nice interlink between 10A and 10B. So I'll stop here, just a few thoughts. Thank you so much.
Many thanks for your contribution as well. Also very rich and very interesting, particularly this thinking that you have already undertaken of bringing together the dimensions and the themes, how they could interlink. And I think that's something definitely also to look into in the course of developing this new framework for the global goal on adaptation. I'd also be very interested to hear from groups and parties in response to what we've just been hearing. And I recognize that the EU would now like to take the floor. And I think, Dirk, it's you. So over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Manfred, and also good day to the colleagues online and good morning to the colleagues here in the room. Now, I would definitely like to pick up on a few points that were just raised, because I think this is a super interesting discussion, and also going already a bit more into the substance, building on the discussions we had over the past 2 days, I think. And I would definitely agree with what UN Habitat was just saying on sort of how the themes can sort of link to the policy cycle steps. I think that was also raised by a few others. And in general terms, I think for us the policy cycle is a very interesting and important central framework or element of the framework, and I think a lot of the other elements from the decision can also link to that. So especially, for example, I liked how UN Habitat was sort of really building the themes in each of the different steps. And I think for us also, and perhaps also speaking a bit to a few of the questions, we really see the value of sort of really looking at each of the step and identify solution-oriented activities to enhance the work on each step. I think that also speaks a bit to the multi-layered level of UN Habitat. And for example, the NUP gaps and needs briefer from the LAG speaks to quite particular solution-oriented activities under each step that can also really help us as international community sort of overcome some gaps we see in the adaptation processes. And then perhaps responding to, I think that's question 3, we definitely see the merit of building on existing evidence to enhance action and support. We do see also the other function of reviewing overall progress. And I think sort of building a bit on the discussions we also had yesterday, there's already so much out there. So it's really important that we build on existing work and from there take it further. Yeah, so I think a lot to further look into, and I'm also very curious about the views of others. Thanks.
Super, many thanks for those contributions. And I also see that you have already referred to also the third question, and you've also alluded to the 2 functions as some have already referred to as they are in the decision. And I hope that others will be encouraged also by the exchanges so far to come in and to reflect and contribute. And I now recognize a request from the online participants from the Russian Federation. Over to you, please.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I have a problem with the camera. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Few comments I would like to make concerning the first global stock take. We actually entirely support it. Could be useful to account for the process decisions and to pay attention to the sources of information we can provide it with. And it seems to relate to the GLASS objective to enhance understanding of how communication and reporting instruments related to adaptation can complement each other in order to avoid duplication of the efforts. Then the GJ framework can potentially help us to streamline these different sources of information of climate change adaptation and to create a basis for progress assessment. It could be some kind of an input. But here we still have multiple of options, and it could be useful to share visions on how these elements that we are discussing, that we have on the table, can be combined and structured. We had some ideas, for example, yesterday, but I think that we still lack information on and consensus on how we can approach the structure of global goal adaptation framework. For example, our current understanding here referred to adaptation cycle and themes is that the framework can be built upon the dimension of the iterative adaptation cycle, and then each of them applied to the themes. Themes then can be based on the 6th assessment report of the IPCC. It's more or less what we have now. And the relevance of each theme can vary due to national circumstances, just to reflect well, what we have in the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And I see the debate is evolving, and we have requests coming in. And I recognize next that Canada would like to take the floor. Over to you. I think it's Morgane. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Manfred, and good morning, everyone. I have a very not comprehensive answer to one of the questions, but sort of touching on question 2, one small thought to share. Kind of connecting the discussions we've had over the previous days, specifically about transformational adaptation and system change, to the themes in 10B. And when I look at the themes in 10B, I think they cover quite a broad range, but most of them are not complete systems in and of themselves. So just a practical thought when considering the framework, and I have yet to figure out or come up with a brilliant idea for how these would factor into the framework. But we might consider thinking about these themes as broader systems. So, for example, I think a few of them could fit under a broader system of nature and biodiversity, for example. Some of these could fit into an economy and workers type of system. So I just would offer one practical suggestion to, if we take to heart what we've heard the past couple of days, to focus on this systematic change and transformation, and maybe we could think one level higher in terms of broad systems and then fit many of these themes within those systems. So my one practical suggestion, and if I have any more brilliant ideas, I might come back in at another point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please do come in again. I think the idea of this brainstorming is that we have a lively exchange, that you reflect, listen to what others say, and then come in again. And I think in that spirit, I actually recognize Australia, Luke, who would like to come in and reflect some more. So over to you.
Thanks, Manfred. Just picking up on what Morgan said about systemic change, and it's a theme that's been referenced a number of times since we've been here, and its relationship to transformation. I think it's helpful to for us to get a firmer grip on what we mean by a system. There's various conceptualizations of a system, but it's only as useful as our shared conceptualization. So I think systems in general are usually understood to have various components to them that need to work well in order for the system to function. And typically systems have an infrastructure component, an institutional component, a governance component, and an individual or information capacity component. And when we see, depending on the system, I mean, you could choose a drainage system, you could choose an electricity system, a water system, a transport system, a food system. They all tend to have these institutional infrastructure and informational or individual components to them. So when we're talking about systemic change that leads to transformation, we're talking about system strengthening and a step change in the way a system functions. And you need to address those components of the system in order to increase the system's functionality or resilience in the face of shocks and stresses associated with climate change. So I just offer that sort of very high level definition and to try and help our conversations going forward. There's a lot of ink that's been spilt on defining systems out there, and there are many good organizations, some in this room, that have done a lot of work on it. But I think for the purposes of the GGA, when we talk about systems and how systemic change is integral to transformative adaptation, we need to understand the components of the system, and I hope that helps a bit. Thank you.
Many thanks, Luke, and I think that's also a very valuable contribution and reflection, and I recognize that all of your contributions are stimulating debate. The list of speakers is growing. I have next on the list Fiji, followed by Botswana, but I'd also like to once again encourage online participants to also make themselves known. If you would like to take the floor and you are participating online, just put your name and your affiliation in the chat and we will also pick you up. And with that said, it's over now to Fiji, please.
Thank you, Manfred. Just in terms of discussions going on and just building on and echoing some of the points that have been mentioned by UN Habitat as well in terms of linkage between the dimensions and the themes. I guess just to build on to the discussion from Canada and Australia is around the themes. While it's we had actually made a submission from AOC side that these broader systems or themes around the systems should be around well-being for people and planet, food security, water health, and ecosystems and infrastructure. But I think leaving from COP last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was more consensus, and I think G77 had made a position on following the IPCC chapters, and that's where we. I think that's because it already exists and there's something to build off. It makes more sense for us from the IOC's point of view to use the IPCC chapters at this stage. And just another point that I would like to echo is the consideration should be tied to the temperature goal and the mitigations goals as well. So yeah, thank you.
Many thanks for your contribution. I think that is also very clear, the reference to how themes systems, sectors are referenced in IPCC work, and also the link, of course, to the temperature goal, as it is also contained in Article 7.1, of course, in the formulation of the GGA in the Paris Agreement. Maybe it might also be interesting for participants in this discussion to reflect a little bit on whether themes, systems are relevant in a comprehensive manner for all countries, or whether there are national, regional priorities, and how that would be addressed, how that could be taken into consideration. I'm mindful that we have a very broad range of national circumstances, geographical situations, etc., and some themes tend to or seem to be more universal perhaps than others. Maybe that is also something that could usefully spark interest in this conversation. And with that said, the next speaker on the list is Botswana, and I'm just looking whether it will be you, Kultum.
I'm sorry. Yes, good morning. Yes, Kuthum, and speaking on Botswana capacity. Yes, just to build on, or at least to respond very quickly to some of the points that have been raised, very interesting points, and because this is a very engaging discussion, I can always come back and respond in a very systematic way, in the spirit of systems thinking, in a very systematic way to the questions, but just quickly to some of the points that were raised, because they kind of triggered some thought process. Specifically to what was mentioned by Canada, I mean, I think we saw yesterday that there was very little evidence on the ground around transformation adaptation. And actually, there was a very nice graph that was presented by Portia, and thank you, Portia, for that, where it showed that all regions showed very little evidence of that. So I think looking at the spirit of not additional burden of countries, we are already reporting on adaptation in our national processes. And I think because there's no evidence of that, I think this will be an additional burden to think about systems thinking when we already see that there's barriers around how we can think about systems thinking. It's an aspirational. We want to get there, but at the moment we don't have any evidence to do that. And I think the point that was raised by Fiji around sticking to the themes that were identified or negotiated, actually, and we don't want to reopen any negotiations, but negotiated actually around the IPCC themes and sectors. I think that's a useful way, given that many countries, as we saw from yesterday, are struggling with this. Showing evidence on transformation adaptation. And again, we also heard yesterday, I can't remember who presented that, around incremental versus transformational, and how what we are hearing from the IPCC around the sense of urgency, we need to think about incremental adaptation as concurrently with transformational adaptation. So we cannot leave incremental adaptation out. Aspirationally, we want to get to transformational, but there's incremental that we need to think about how that can be enhanced. Very quickly on the dimensions, again, I think the dimensions that we have currently here, and the adaptation iterative adaptation cycle, I think we need to think about how to bring out the dimension of finance, capacity building, and technology transfer as a standalone dimension, because this is something that, as we saw even yesterday from some of the presentations, that clearly many countries, this is a barrier for transformation adaptation. Transformation adaptation will take time, it will take resources, it will take capacity, it will take technology. It will require all of that effort in order for us to be actually transformational. So just another suggestion to look at this dimension as a standalone and something that we need to aggregate at the global level, and looking at methodologies on how we can do that, I think would be useful in moving forward and telling us a picture. And I think for me, that's how it will add value to the GGA framework, because it will tell us, it will give us a broader picture of how we're doing with adaptation in terms of the goal of the GGA, which is building resilience and strengthening resilience, reducing vulnerabilities, and building adaptive capacity. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for your contribution. I think also some very valuable points, and of course also good that you are linking conversations also across the days and across the sessions in this workshop. So also with the reference to the discussion around incremental versus transformational adaptation. And of course also bringing in or reminding us that we of course have in the decision from Sharm el-Sheikh specific themes that are mentioned, and of course also the reference to the adaptation policy cycle and the reference that elements relating to finance capacity building and technology transfer is a consideration in each stage of the cycle as it is captured in the decision there. The list of speakers is actually growing, which is a very good sign. I recognize next Saudi Arabia, and Aziz, I think it will be you, so over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues and distinguished delegates, and good day to online participants. God knows where you are, so thank you for being here. Really a rich discussion. I'm happy that we are getting into the substance, and we are discussing the framework, and that will give us hopefully a clarity by the end of today to have somehow a way forward to establish the development of this framework. Going off from these interesting points and discussions that has been going starting today, it's been rich, and building on what the delegate of Botswana, we believe that now what we are facing is where we are challenged by as we see by the IPCC report, and that we have to start to act now, and the action has to be urgent. We have to adapt to a world of 1.5, and that should take into account a holistic approach. Discussing, coming from the discussion that started the day before yesterday and yesterday about transformational adaptation, incremental adaptation. As the presentation yesterday was discussing, that we have limited evidence of transformational adaptation, that there is no true definite line between incremental and transformational. It's more like a range. And even when there is a project that is meant to be transformational, there is no guarantee that the outcome of that initiative is actually envisioned to be a transformational in a positive way. So I believe that what we want to ensure is that all adaptation actions should be taken into account, and we should not be labeling different types of adaptation. This is transformational, and this is incremental, and this is in between. What we should be doing is that we accepting all kinds of adaptation, since adaptation is a global challenge faced by local, subnational, and national, regional, and international dimensions. So we believe that all adaptation should be taken into consideration with no labeling. And touching on the themes, We believe, of course, we're not going to open a discussion that is already negotiated, but we want to ensure that the framework take into account a wider scope of themes, including desertification, which is a theme that is not mentioned in the decision, but here for the discussion. Also, water scarcity, just to ensure that we are our approach is inclusive, do that adaptation is a country specific. More points to come, but happy to engage further in the discussion. Thank you.
Many thanks for that contribution also, and I also found it interesting that, of course, the themes that you are also bringing in from your perspective really respond also to issues that are, of course, of primary interest, given also the national circumstances that your country is in. So that also speaks to this question, I think, that how can the themes adequately capture the range of circumstances, interests, priorities, concerns that countries face. And I think that will also be a critical discussion, of course, going forward in the development of the framework. I see that we have a very good conversation going with interventions also reflecting on what previous speakers have said, and I'm very happy to acknowledge that Australia, Luke, you would want to come in again to contribute, followed by the EU. Over to you, Luke.
Thanks. Thanks again for allowing me to come in. Just 2 points at this stage in response to the conversation as it evolves. The first one on how we list and limit the list of different themes and ecosystems and so on. Whether we abide by how the IPCC have laid this out or use a more elaborated list is not a great concern for me personally. I think, at the end of the day, countries are going to report on adaptation related information specific to the different ecosystems within their country. All right. So, Fiji is not going to report on alpine region issues around adaptation. So we should have an extensive list, maybe a drop-down list function where countries can self-select those ecosystems that are relevant to them and then report adaptation progress across the policy cycle in the matrix. So I think, let's not get caught up on issues that can be easily solved. The second point is the comment around, or the prompt, in fact, from Manfred about how we start to think about assessing or getting information and then assessing the progress based on that information, both at the subnational or the national and also the transboundary or regional level. And I think, again, it's really useful, at least in my mind, to return to the fact that it will be a framework, and what we can say at different levels will be dependent on the information that is received into that framework and then analysed. That would be the natural limitation to what to what actually comes out in the results. And so we've spoken, and I mentioned before about the importance of NAPS being probably the main communicative vehicle to go into this framework to then be analysed. But I also think there's a role for on the transboundary issue for regional organisations that cover certain issues to be able to offer that sort of multi-country perspective. And examples might be, I hate to return to this example, I always use it, but the Mekong River, which traverses many countries in Southeast Asia, the Mekong River Commission is well suited to be able to provide that sort of river-wide, system-wide analysis that takes inputs from various countries and sort of aggregates it to that specific ecosystem. And similarly in the Pacific, I think the regional organisations that play a very strong and important role there, like the SPC or SPREP, they have information across the Pacific on shared adaptation issues that may be relevant to this. So we will ultimately be dependent on the information that is put into the framework, that's submitted for analysis, and we should be encouraging information sources at the national, at the NAP level, which should cover all the subnational and local processes, and then we should also be looking at towards regional and global providers of information. Thank you.
Many thanks, Luke, for that, and also for referring to the regional organizations that can contribute, and also the NAPs again. I think that's also something we've been hearing in the conversation in this breakout group today. I'd also just like to acknowledge that we now have in the chat, for those of you who have access to the chat, information from the World Bank on the initiative that was presented a little bit earlier on. I also recognize that UN Habitat has raised the flag to come in again, which is much appreciated. But before going to UN Habitat, it's over to the EU. And Dirk, please.
Thanks, Manfred, and thanks everyone for this very, I think, useful discussion. And also like to reflect a bit on a few points I think that were raised. I think in general terms, it's quite a useful exercise to sort of see how we can sort of bring a bit of structure to the quite broad spread elements from the decision. So I like that we're sort of trying to undertake this a bit more and bring a bit more structure there. So I would agree with the colleague from Fiji that it would make sense to look at the IPCC themes, because I think they're already agreed and would encompass, I think all the elements we would like to see there on themes. And I was also quite inspired by the comment on sort of the different components of systems. I think that's quite a useful way of sort of enriching, not only looking at sort of the themes, but sort of broadening that a bit. And I think we can also there draw from the broader sources from the IPCC, for example, on enablers. And I think that would also link a bit to the presentation we saw yesterday from Ghana, which I really liked, because it provided a really clear overview how to go from the IPCC global level also to the regional and national level, and for example the broader set of enablers, finance, technology, but also quite an interesting list on governance issues. I think is very relevant to take into account when looking at the systems. So in that sense, that it might also be a bit of a response to my colleague from Botswana. I think I don't want to repeat myself on the sort of the lag briefer, but I think it really outlines a lot of very clear activities. And I was just going through the document a bit, for example, on how to link the NAPs to the GCF process, but also on how to enhance capacity for regional and local climate analysis as concrete activities to really enhance the steps of the work. So in that sense, I think having the policy cycle as a sort of a central frame of the framework can really help us to link and bring structure to a lot of the elements we see in a decision, which speak to a broad variety of enablers, themes, and cross-cutting considerations to my concerns. Thanks.
Many thanks, Dirk, and many thanks also for making those links and also building some bridges here. I think that's clearly also the spirit of this exercise in really building this framework together. And you mentioned some other interventions there, and I would just encourage all of you who are interested to also respond, to just raise your flags and come in again. We still have about 15 minutes to go, so there's definitely still time to contribute before we close this breakout group session. But we of course have UN Habitat on the speakers list, so please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. All colleagues, this is really inspiring, and I feel like a changing mindset starts already in my head. I have one kind of like a thought that I hope can kind of stimulate all of us as well, as it bothers me. It's just that in terms of like when I look at access to climate finance and adaptation finance, much of that is always limited by the way adaptation is defined. If I take the adaptation fund, for example, we are actively discouraged, for example, to have measures in place that also have co-benefits for mitigation action because it's a dedicated fund for adaptation. But that disregards so much the climate resilient development narrative. It disregards the shift to transformational adaptation. And I believe that the functionality of our multilateral climate funds need to also revise the thinking in terms of like what is the state of the art or the latest knowledge from IPCC. And of course, these are all rigid systems, and they started before our latest report came in. So I understand why they are to a certain extent outdated. But the potential of the global goal on adaptation is actually to push that boundary and push it further forward to improve ourselves continuously. And I believe that if we think of what we want from the global goal, as not only a reporting mechanism of where we stand in the status quo of adaptation and where a monitoring mechanism for impact, but we wanted maybe also beyond that. What happens when I assess the impact? And I can say in 5 years' time, hey, or 10 years' time, this is where resilience is created. Can it be also a mechanism that reports back to say, here you would need to prioritize climate finance. Here you would need to prioritize pipeline projects. Here you would need to prioritize and so on and so forth, partnerships and so on, knowledge transfer. So can it have a reciprocal approach and just a wider functionality than just like, okay, that's the goal and we want to achieve it. I'm just kind of bringing it up and would love to hear the thoughts of colleagues and participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very thought-provoking and relevant contribution. It's clearly something that I think all of us are mindful of, this focus on climate resilient development, of treating mitigation and adaptation more in an integrated manner. That is what IPCC is saying. That is how sustainable development, as you rightly say, needs to be carried out. And I would just invite all of you in the room in Malay, but also online, to also reflect on this and come back in your interventions. And I see that we now have Australia coming back in, Luca, followed by Canada, Morgan. So grateful if you can also reflect on this and on discussions we've had previously. So over to you, Luke.
Manfred, thank you. We're going to throw you off a bit, and Luke and I have swapped spots, if that's okay, in the order. Just a little eye contact swap there. So I'm just going to briefly reflect on a couple of the points that have been raised to basically agree with several of the points that were raised. And first of all, definitely appreciate the intervention from UN Habitat about the GGA pushing us forward and aiming towards this ambitious transformation, but also recognizing that certainly in the framework, we need to have a way to recognize all adaptation that's happening, including incremental adaptation. And we can't, we want to capture everything, and there are lots of important adaptation actions happening that may not be classified on this scale towards transformation, but are also critical to push us in the right direction. So definitely think it's all important and would want it all to be reflected somehow throughout the framework, whatever that final conception is. And would also echo the important point raised also by UN Habitat about how many useful adaptation projects have mitigation co-benefits, and that is also an important step on the way to this transformation. And at the same time, I would agree with the point raised by the delegate from Fiji that the most practical solution in terms of these themes is to use the IPCC themes that have already been established. And I think in the interest of time and not rehashing discussions that have likely already happened in the IPCC, could definitely get behind that idea in terms of the framework. So thank you. And then I will turn it back to the colleague whose spot I stole in the order list. Thank you.
Super, many thanks, Morgan, and also for making those links and for reflecting on what others have said. And now over to you, Luke.
Thank you. Yeah, picking up on Morgan's point about incremental and transformational, we've spent quite a lot of time trying to unpack that. Distinction is the wrong word because we've agreed that it's more of a sliding scale. And I encourage parties not to get too caught up or discouraged by the lack of conceptual clarity between the two. I think the framework itself needs to be a broad church. It needs to be accepting of all adaptation inputs, right? Incremental and transformational. We need to submit into the framework information that truly represents what is happening on the ground. And there should be no judgment call on whether or not it's worthy for the framework, because as we mentioned, it all contributes. Having said that, the framework should then become an opportunity through the analysis of all these inputs to highlight examples and instances of transformative frameworks, transformative adaptation. And I think that's one of the many benefits of the framework leading into the GSG process is not only will it raise the profile of adaptation, it will offer many learnings and examples if the analysis of the information is done well for other countries to pick up on and incorporate potentially in their own practices. My second point is around this dynamic that Australia has identified and is keen on pursuing this year in the development of the framework. And it's this dynamic between the global process, this framework and the analysis that we're working towards, going on to reinforce or encourage good adaptation practice on the ground. There's this feedback loop, if you like, because the way I'm imagining and seeing the discussion of the framework is it's an elaboration of the GGA. It's going to set out in a matrix style sort of thing the policy cycle, and on the other axis there will be dimensions and themes, and there will be opportunity for countries to plot relevant information under that organizing structure, and what you get then is within that matrix the opportunity with each input to also reflect on the quality that you've done, and this is the cross-cutting issues, right? You're able to say, in our water resource planning, X number of consultations were done with Indigenous leaders in the region, and you can start listing things that speak to the approach that you've taken, which talks about quality. And what we arrive at is a framework that is asking countries is eliciting from countries and other organisations key adaptation information, and allowing the opportunity for them to also sort of, through either case studies, as Maria mentioned yesterday, or just sort of qualitative and quantitative information related to adaptation initiatives that speak to the quality of it undertaken. We start to get this dynamic where we're measuring how well adaptation is being done, and in doing so, we're sort of giving a platform or a voice to quality adaptation, which we hope will then sort of inform and motivate local practice. So it's this feedback loop of adaptation action, reporting on adaptation, putting it up to the global level, identifying some certain trends, and then through voicing the direction of those trends and talking about what good adaptation looks like, it then goes back to sort of give a cue or a direction to parties on what good adaptation looks like. And I think this continuous learning cycle, and this is where I think learning comes into the framework, is really valuable, because at the moment and never before have we had an opportunity to cycle adaptation information up to the global level, organize it and analyze it, and then have it speak back to adaptation practitioners on the ground and decision makers at the national and subnational level. That's a rare opportunity. And I think that's what this framework can do and should do in response to what is a very obvious push towards making this a transformational opportunity. Thank you.
Many thanks, Luke. That was very clear and I think also something for others to reflect on. I'm just looking at the list of requests for the floor and also at the time. We have about 4 minutes left officially for this breakout session. I see a request from the floor from Kuwait, from NASA, followed by the World Bank. So it's over to you, NASA, please.
Thanks, Manfred. Good day, colleagues. And I think most of the points that I wanted to talk about, like some of the colleagues before me, they talked about it. But I just like echo what our colleague said about ranking adaptation. I think that all adaptation are important for developing countries by ranking them to be transformational, incremental. It might be difficult for us as developing countries to have them as all adaptation projects and all adaptation programs need funding, technology, and capacity building. On the examples that we had seen and listened to, like in New York and in the UK, I think that the transformational, it costed the transformation adaptation costed a lot of money. That and a lot of money, technology that us in developing countries we cannot have. I also on the themes. I think that Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz, he touched on the desertification of water scarcity that we are facing in the Arabic region and most of the Middle East, also as temperature rising. So I think that those themes that were not touched on the decision, I think that need to be included on the framework. Thanks, Malcolm. Back to you.
Many thanks, NASA. And I just recognize that we have further requests for the floor now from Botswana, from Angola, and Argentina. And since we are close to the end of this breakout group, I would now close the list. So let me just quickly read out the final list of speakers. It would be World Bank, followed by Botswana, Angola, and then Argentina. And I would kindly invite you all to be brief in the interest of time, because we have, well, officially only about 1 to 2 minutes to go. So the floor is yours, World Bank, please.
Thank you. I will be brief. So on the key sector systems, I very much agree with what Michael said about following IPCC. From what we have seen, most countries have identified very similar list of sectors and systems. It's easy to follow. I think Luke actually said a lot of things I would have said already, but just thinking about GGA, I think the main purpose of aggregating at the international level, it would be better to think about a small set of indicators, some elements indicating the universal principles. For example, number of people covered by social protection programs, particularly protection of the vulnerable population, access to basic services, maybe agriculture insurance. Just thinking that we will not be able to reflect the richness of a lot of the dynamic happening within the country, but somehow being able to still provide the signal that for our countries to actually to do better over time.
Super. Many thanks for that. Also very, very specific suggestion, and also for your very short and to the point intervention. And next, it's Botswana. Kultum, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Manfred. And very quickly as well, I'll make my intervention short. I think there was a point that was raised around the framework, encouraging good adaptation. I mean, I often wonder, if we look at the process itself and look at the NDCs, the very first NDCs, when they were called INDCs, 53 out of 54 African countries actually documented adaptation. So adaptation is a survival. Adaptation is about survival. That nobody needs to be encouraged to survive. So adaptation is there. It is documented. It keeps being documented in our national policies. So I think there's a need to recognize that it is about survival for many developing countries, actually for all developing countries. And building on that is the issue around adaptation being incremental, as well as the sliding, what do we call it, the sliding scale, from incremental to transformational, and recognizing that for us to be really transformational, there are barriers that need to be addressed. Data, for example, technology, for example, finance, for example, capacity building, and so on and so forth. So while adaptation is being reported already in in documents by developing countries, for us to be actually incremental and to add value to this process, particularly with the framework, those barriers would need to be addressed. Somebody also talked about the sources of information. I think we need to not limit ourselves to just the sources that are coming from national documents. While that is important, but as you can see that Decision 19 CMA1 lists a whole array of sources, including synthesis reports that can be mandated to the Secretariat, including IPCC reports, including all other reports that parties report and communicate. So it's not just about the NAPs, it's also about adaptation communication, adaptation, national communication, so on and so forth. Also, our all other reports from the constituted bodies, all other reports from UN agencies, and voluntary submissions from parties should be allowed in this case to feed into the framework. So I think let's broaden it to particularly Decision 19 CMA1, which really guides us on how we can look at the sources of information for the aggregation. Again, on the aggregation of the framework, I think it's useful to think about the dimensions that are we've talked about, particularly impact, vulnerability, and risk. How that can be collated and aggregated for each of the themes that are IPCC, and thank you, Fiji, for reminding us about the IPCC themes. So planning, vulnerability, and risk, impact, implementation, finance, capacity building, and technology and monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. And in the interest of time, I will refrain from adding any reflections from my side, but it's well noted. And we will also, of course, capture this and everything we've been hearing in this session for a quick report back to the open plenary later. That said, I will hand it directly over to Angola, please.
Thank you very much, Manfred. Happy to virtually see you. Morning, good day, colleagues. Good afternoon. And thank you, colleagues, for the important view you have been sharing here. I would just like to make a quick share a quick view on the framework. I think the framework should have a holistic guidance on issues that we have clearly discussed and we have clear understanding of. Objectives that respond to the objective of the program, particularly objective B, which is the understanding of the global goal and adaptation, including methodologies, indicators, data, and metrics, also the needs and support needed for assessing progress towards it. Saying that, I would like to bring a reflection on the transformational adaptation that I see is an issue of a concern for us. Nothing against changes, nothing against change mindset. In contrary, it's necessary. But I think for a new framework we are building as the framework for the GGA, we should not bring issues that may end up bringing additional burden to developing countries. We can see by existing literature that the issue of transformational adaptation is still being understood, it's still being discussed. If I'm not wrong, we don't have it stated or discussed or framed in a document we have been discussing along the years. It is in the report of the IPCC, yes, but we need to understand it first at technical level so that we can bring it to our main documents to document an important framework as the global goal on adaptation. So I would not like to see it as a risk, but as a benefit, as a added value for countries. But it's important to have an easy understanding of that. And taking into account presentations we have been following here in the last 2 days, it still be something to understand. There are not a lot of examples in the world that countries can take it and replicate at national level. So I would effectively urge colleagues to, if it's an important and relevant aspect, countries would like to have it now in the framework so that we reflect it and bring it in a way that countries may be able to do it, taking into account its national circumstances. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Cecilia, for that contribution, and also well noted. Since we are already out of time, I will hand it over immediately to Argentina, please.
Thanks, Manfred. Hello, everyone. I will be brief and I won't repeat what I mentioned yesterday because I believe that we addressed like several of the questions. Only to make two comments. One is that for us, the GGA framework is also a tool to communicate what other stakeholders are doing, not only parties. This is related with the last question that was proposed for today. For us, this is an added value of the GGA framework that can allow other stakeholders to communicate and to share what are they doing on the ground. And in a practical way, we can have an open call. We can open a call for submissions, for example, to enable them to allow them to share what they are doing in each of the stages of the adaptation policy cycle and also in relation to the themes. Then that can be analyzed. I mean, those results can be analyzed and can, let's say, complement information that we are going to get from the package of indicators that we are going to choose. So that would be one of the comments that I wanted to make. And also with regard to the IPCC systems discussions, I think that discussion is the one that we had at COP. I would suggest not to focus on that because we don't have time. I would rather say that a better approach would be to think or reflect on the components that, as Luke said, and also as Abdulaziz said, to achieve an inclusive approach in all of these systems. So homework for us is to include in the following submissions or in our preparation what are those components of the systems that we want to address through the indicators and the metrics or targets and so on. Thank you.
Super. Many thanks for that contribution also. I recognize a final request for the floor from the online participants, and that's the Philippines. So over to you, and then we will close this session.
Good afternoon. Can I be heard?
We hear you.
Okay, so this will be very quick on the dimensions. An overall monitoring and evaluation system must be designed and executed under the auspices of the UNFCCC. So the national monitoring and evaluation systems can be made compatible with the integrated global system using scalable processes that are coherent and aggregatable across countries. So the goals and targets of the MEL system must be in accordance with and complementary to the country's national adaptation plans. So the analysis of which can be comparable and reproducible across the board. So in this context, having a target setting approach for the GGA can provide countries with direction on what goals and indicators to achieve given a specific time frame. So it may encourage countries to be proactive in their activities in order to achieve their goal. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that final contribution, and thank you all of you for a very lively and interactive exchange. I think this was a very good way to start work on brainstorming around the development of the framework for the global goal on adaptation. I've tried to make some good notes, but also Stuart from the Secretariat, and we will try and briefly capture this, also reporting back in the next session. But please be assured that even if this is a very short report back, I think everything has been captured, and there will also be a summary, of course, of this entire workshop, including of the discussions in this session. So thank you very much once again. I think we break here. And we will stay, virtual participants can stay in this link because the plenary session that is to follow will resume in this video feed. And for those of you on site, you might have a quick break. I can't say how far breakout group 2 is currently going, but I think it will resume as soon as participants coming from the other room join in the main plenary setting. So thank you once again, and have a nice short break, and we will reconvene in plenary soon. Thank you.
because this was not an official tea break, but enjoy the food. I think we're live now. So Manfred can do the reporting back first, and then followed by Tibi, and that's all. Yeah, and then we'll have open discussions.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope I'm live and you can hear me well. So thank you very much. We had a very good discussion in breakout group 1. And I will give you a very brief reflection report back. I know that we are behind schedule slightly, so I'll try and be extra brief. And of course, the full discussion will be captured also in the summary of the workshop. So we had a very rich conversation, I would say. It was very interactive with many participants coming in several times, reflecting on what others had said, and really building on concepts, linking, building bridges. That was very positive, I would say. And in terms of substance, there were reflections around the adaptation policy cycle as a way to structure the framework as a compelling idea, the use of existing processes as being beneficial, and there were references to NAPs. There was also a reference to work by the leg, but also to other instruments and vehicles, of course, including NDCs and adaptation communications. In terms of sources of input, several were mentioned, including, of course, the list in Decision 19 CMA1, which is also referenced in the decision from Sharm el-Sheikh on the global goal and adaptation, and also the importance of finance, technology transfer, and capacity building to the dimensions in the work on the framework. We had very stimulating contributions from the World Bank and UN Habitat on their current work and thinking around the framework, and also frameworks they have in place. And there were also additional information posted in the chat, and I think it would be useful to share that also wider outside of our breakout group to all workshop participants. There was an interesting discussion we had on themes and systems, and using the IPCC way of structuring things, but also from some interventions the notion of raising additional themes and looking into national, regional circumstances and situations. So national and regional priorities should be considered. This was also a message recognizing that these may be different and will be different for different countries. We also had an interesting discussion around incremental and transformational adaptation, and I think that clearly linked also to discussions during the workshop yesterday. And finally, there was also a reference to the framework being an opportunity to communicate not only what parties are doing, but also what non-party stakeholders are doing. And there were also more general references around the need to build on existing evidence, but also to look more broadly when looking, for instance, at IPCC, at climate resilient development, at sustainable development, also bringing in the mitigation angle, and also recognizing that this is, of course, a challenge and a key interest to all. I think in the interest of time, I will leave it at that, at a very general level. But again, I think it was a very constructive and lively debate, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Manfred. TB.
Thank you, Minister of State. So I was moderating breakout group 2, and we were discussing the GGA framework in reference with the dimensions and the cross-cutting considerations. I think first, let me just say that the discussions were really aided by the background material that the Secretariat provided, which was highlighted by several interventions. So I think for further workshops as well, if such documents can be provided, that would be really an aid for everyone. We had 4 questions that we discussed. For the first question, for the breakout group 2, we discussed that all cross-cutting considerations should be used going forward. We shouldn't omit any, but that many participants looked at these through different lenses because different cross-cutting considerations, it was said that they can fit in different sections of the adaptation policy cycle, that it shouldn't be prescriptive, and that, as adaptation happens on different levels from local to subnational, national, regional to global scales. Many interventions mentioned that we should use all these cross-cutting considerations, that they should be options for countries, at what level these cross-cutting issues should be considered, with a country-driven approach, which was mentioned quite often. There was also suggestions to cluster cross-cutting considerations, and one suggestion included clustering it into 4 different ways, which is equity, environment, capacity building, and interconnectedness, and that countries can then incorporate as they see fit. To move on to the second question on existing reporting systems, it was definitely mentioned a lot that we should build on what we have already, so build on the existing reporting systems such as the Sendai framework and the CBD. And one intervention said that it would be important to clarify what we're taking away from these conventions, whether it's just the goals or the targets, or whether we are taking the learning, the reporting, and other sort of processes as well. So it's important to clarify this going forward from other goals and conventions. Also, we spoke about backward and forward-looking targets. One intervention highlighted that a backward-looking target could be reviewing the progress of the GGA, while a forward-looking target could then be to guide the achievement of the GGA to enhance the support and action. Some other interventions highlighted that a baseline would need to be created to know what is a backward-looking target and what is forward-looking targets, and that this should be done with the current science and reports being used. We had a lot of discussions on action and support as well. So when you look at capacity building and interconnectedness, this was referred to a lot, and how the framework can then be used to leverage capacity building in developing countries, and that implementation and monitoring need to include indigenous and traditional knowledge, and that interconnectedness needs to recognize the interconnected nature, transboundary nature. In addition to this, I think one thing that was mentioned as well was that coordinated action would be needed at all levels in order to have systemic shifts and to have transformational adaptation. To be brief, I'll end here, but this is I'm sure this will be captured as well by the Secretariat. So thank you.
Thank you, TB. Now we'll open the floor for reflections and discussions. Also, if anybody thinks that there were any points missing from the report backs, please feel free to highlight it if any burning issues were not highlighted just now. Did they really want to go snorkeling? Nico?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the reporting back from the groups. We see that there was a good exchange of views on the cross-cutting considerations as well. We see that a value add from the exchange, at least from the report back that we have heard. We may emphasize on the science based targets and indicators that we as well discussed during the cross-cutting considerations, taking into account some baselines that the IPCC reports already provide to us, and in moving forward, consider that information as well as part of the impact targets and indicators, in particularly on elements like in the elements of the adaptation cycle related to impacts, vulnerability, and risk assessment, because we would seek from this framework not to collect only the policies that countries have developed, but also how globally we are reducing the climate risk with the adaptation actions that we will pursue in the short and medium term. So that is something that we would like to highlight, and we thank for the workshops and the facilitation that was very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico. Jenny?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings, everybody. I'm Jenny Ritchie. I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand. We were just thinking about, am I loud enough? Or am I too soft? No. Never loud. It's close. Okay. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So really important that this is a new experience for me, being in this kind of forum, so I'm not quite used to it, but I think just to keep always focusing on the fact that we need to come back to the core values and the mindset changes that are needed, because we've been thinking about that, and I think we can shift into a very technical arena and forget that we're working at the area where we have to focus on supporting our environment for our own well-being. And so this nature, and humans as dependent on nature, needs to be at the core of what we're doing in terms of adaptation, and to ensure the resilience of everything, including people. We have to just stop being so anthropocentric and focusing purely on what benefits people, and realize that there's another system that's not just human-made and human-centric. And to make that one of our major mindset shifts is towards recognizing that from a spiritual perspective, our technical solutions aren't the sole answer. And we really need to use this opportunity to consider how what we're doing now really reflects long-term resilience and long-term transformation rather than shortcuts and short-term objectives that we can tick our boxes and feel like we've achieved something. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, for that point. Mariam?
Thank you so much, Khadija, and thank you so much, Thibian, for the very good summary of our discussions. Maybe also some points to emphasize in the same spirit of what Nico has mentioned. The best available science, also considerations of equity were a very important consideration that we have raised, noting the urgency and the fact that developing countries, African states, are particularly unequivocally impacted. So in our articulation of the different targets, there needs to be some specific focus catered towards developing countries in light of their existing the levels of impacts that they are experiencing and the urgency to act. So that could be reflected maybe in some sort of time-bound targets, but overall provisions on action and support that are geared towards supporting and enhancing action in developing countries. So that was one of the considerations. Other considerations as well included benefiting from a coordinated mechanism across the multilateral system, recognizing the distinct roles for different actors, being different multilateral frameworks, but also different initiatives that fit into specific roles. For example, it's very important to draw from the different conventions, but at the same time to avoid duplication and benefiting from the synergies where exist, of course. And in terms of reporting, it's important to help countries enhance their adaptation assessments, but at the same time, we shouldn't look at the GGA as a prescriptive exercise. The GGA, in its nature and arriving at global targets, should provide the global coordinated approach on action and support that is needed to implement adaptation on the ground, but at the same time without limiting the policy space for countries or prescribing actions. And in that sense, it will have broad global targets that emanate from the national targets and priorities that are identified by countries. Just wanted to hammer on those points. And of course, equity should be at the heart of the design of the framework and the targets, and of course, all the principles that guide multilateral action under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariam. Edna? If not, Alvin from UNEP.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and I'm sorry for joining the conversation a little bit late. But in terms of the background document that has been provided and just looking at it, it's really good to see, themes around water, food, agriculture, terrestrial freshwater ecosystems being reflected. And this is something that Jenny has been saying around natural ecosystems, being such a key part. And just looking at the cross-cutting issues, I think some work can be done over here around nature-based solutions, particularly alignment with the SG's UN Decade on restoration and bringing restoration, protection, and halting of degraded ecosystems into focus. Around ecosystem-based adaptation, I think there were quite a lot of references in terms of EBA approaches across different sectors, such as wetland rehabilitation, protection, restoration of mangroves in coastal states, and also implementation of agroforestry, for example. These are some of the approaches that could be further massaged in the context of EBA approaches. In terms of EBA approaches, I think FIBA will be a good network to work with in terms of looking at some of the successful approaches that have been used in different countries. At UNEP, we do have a house of different approaches that have worked in over 55 countries as well. So happy to input into that. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Alvin. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Nassim. I think we had quite a rich discussions today in the breakout groups. I think that already covers a lot of the things we were discussing. So also thanks to the moderators for the useful reports back. Perhaps a question also to Thibaut, because I think quite interesting to sort of cluster the different cross-cutting elements, because I think we're all a bit struggling with the long list of cross-cutting elements. So very useful that you already came to some understanding around it, and I think that was also an activity we were trying to undertake around the themes in the breakout group run. So I think those are already two quite concrete elements that we can take further. What I also quite like to recall from the breakout group one were the discussions around sort of like further structuring the work, making it quite concrete, looking into some components from systems, for example, how they interlink with the policy dimensions. So I think a lot of work we can already take forward and put into some further thinking. I think one participant also mentioned like the homework we have to do. So that's I think an important element from our work to take further. And I think in general terms, in our group, I think was also mentioned by the moderator, the sort of the central element of the adaptation cycle was referenced a lot as also sort of a way to further structure and organize our thinking. I also, if I understand correctly, also from the second breakout group, that would also link to the cross-cutting element. So I think that's something we can also further take in our work. So thanks.
Sheila.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add a couple of brief points to Tibian's really good readout of our discussion on cross-cutting approaches. We had a really good discussion on adaptation at different levels of governance and how we can capture this in the framework. And I think one way of looking at all of the different cross-cutting considerations is that the common theme among all of them is that these require really good governance systems and that ensure participation from a variety of levels, including local communities, indigenous groups, underrepresented and marginalized voices. So if we're talking about enabling locally led adaptation, but ensuring a role for the national government, which is responsible for implementing national adaptation plans, what we're really talking about is strong governance and mainstreaming adaptation across the different responsibilities of a government. So for example, we would want to make sure in articulating the framework that there's a role for different government responsibilities, such as finance ministries being able to prioritize adaptation in the development of their budgets, and planning ministries including risk and vulnerability assessments into infrastructure, and making sure that governments understand that implementing adaptation requires a mainstreamed and wide approach. So I wanted to emphasize those points as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tibi, and followed by Aisha.
Thank you. I think just to reflect a bit more after Dirk's intervention. So in our group, we did discuss clustering quite a bit. So there were different ways forward that were proposed by different interventions. And I think the idea was because the cross-cutting considerations list is so extensive, I guess what was a way to potentially simplify things and make it a bit easier, especially because there were many considerations that are quite linked together. And with the clustering, I think I would leave it for those who propose different things to come in and provide their input. But I think one thing that was really interesting that was mentioned that I think is important as well is that through clustering, I think it will be easier to then assess the progress that we make with these different cross-cutting considerations. So I just wanted to mention that too. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to
echo on the importance of good governance and the importance of strengthening governance in meeting the global goal of adaptation. Um, just uh, just to give reflect on the example that I have been bringing on from the first day, the island of Kudafari in Nuno Atoll of the Maldives. Strengthening governance, yes, but ensuring meaningful engagement of everyone to bring about that whole of society approach and to ensure that no one is left behind. Um, Informed decision making, enabling or creating that space for informed decision making is so important. Um, just to give an example for the IPCC findings, I mean, it needs to be localized in the local context. What does IPCC findings mean for the island communities of the Maldives, for example, and bringing it down to Kudafari again. The reason why they were able to take that pledge on 100% renewable energy by 2024 and bring about the resiliency components in their land use plan was because they knew about the IPCC findings and what it means to their island community. So, enabling that environment to take informed decision is vital, and for that, capacity building needs to happen at all levels. And inclusivity angle again, inclusivity and accessibility. I mean, each group we can't. It's not a one simple solution for all. In to ensure inclusivity of all the different groups. For example, hearing the voices of the children or hearing the voices of the persons with disabilities, the young people, the elderly, the women. There needs to be customized and tailor-made the capacity building component so that they can make informed decisions in their daily lives, which aligns or links with the global goal of adaptation. So there needs to be that strong link with the local level and the global goal of adaptation. Thank you.
Okay, now my mic is on. Do we have any more reflections? Nico?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to take the floor again. And just to follow up on what we were considering as potential clusters of the different elements around the cross-cutting considerations, we were we hear from the discussions as well as some perspectives from our side. There are the principles where you have the country drivenness, the participatory and fully transparent process, and as well the best available science, including the indicators. You have cross-cutting elements of the adaptation cycle that could be on the different parts of the process, the gender responsive, the human rights approaches, intergenerational equity and social justice, consideration of vulnerable groups, traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples and local knowledge, systems, intersectional approaches with a view to integrating adaptation into relevant socioeconomic and environmental policies and actions, and communities and ecosystems. Then we have the types of implementing adaptation and building adaptation that are this community-based adaptation, working with disaster risk reduction approaches, or other like the nature-based solutions that were included in the cross-cutting elements. And then we have elements that we need to develop in the framework, like the metrics and targets. And we were discussing as well about the baselines and potential methodologies to have those to have built that baseline and the indicators. So that's the for potential this for further discussion on how can we cluster these cross-cutting considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Portia?
Okay, thank you. I've also been having like some personal reflections on the discussion so far. And I'm also looking at the framework as more like forward thinking and having something like listening to the submission so far, like a more integrated approach, like having the horizontal and vertical aspect together. Um, I agree with the submission so far on aligning the framework with existing policies, planning, and also other regional and international frameworks. But some of the key challenges that often is there that we also need to be thinking around is that aspect of unresolved methodological issues when it comes to aggregation. Because we talk more about universal metrics, going the universal way, and then one would also argue that if we want to have something more effective, we should be or meaningful, we should be thinking about adaptation to be more context specific. And so both arguments actually stands. But then collection of something more locally tailored, also the key challenges. It's sometimes even very difficult to bring in the national picture. Every like kind of local level aspects taken into consideration makes it very difficult to say, okay, what is happening, let's say, in South Africa or what is happening in Ghana. The local context becomes so much, though it's also very key. And also at the national level, there is also like kind of inconsistency in comparing, like having that kind of comparison at the national level. So doing more like top down and bottom up approach, like the horizontal and vertical aspect is also quite key. And that's what I wanted to add on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. You.
Thank you so much. I would like just to follow up on the clustering because we would very much agree that that would probably help. And we also agree with the fact that some of those cross-cutting issues are other principles, so could be maybe formulated as principles. And then other potential clusters could be equity, environment, capacity building, and interconnectedness. The latter one also considering everything related to the transboundary issues we discussed yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody online or over there?
Thank you. I would like to thank our moderator for capturing and providing a comprehensive reporting back on the discussion that happened in the breakout group. And I would like to just reemphasize on some of the main points that were discussed. The approach of that, the framework should look into adaptation from a holistic and comprehensive approach that takes into account national priorities and needs, and that all adaptation actions should be included in this framework without from our perspective, without specific labeling, just to not limit countries into not meeting their adaptation priorities and objectives. So all adaptation actions should be included in this framework in a way that meets the country's priorities and needs. And to further note that we also mentioned when it comes to the themes, to add more themes without going further in details, that also meets just to be more comprehensive of all countries' needs and not just specific elements. And for the sake of, as we see the outcome from the breakout group too, that we do not want to be prescriptive. We want to encourage everyone to be part of this process, and that's why we reiterate the idea that labeling adaptation could, in transformational or incremental or in between, could somehow include more burden in developing countries. And we emphasize that the need for means of implementation when it comes to every level of the iterative adaptation cycle. But we look forward for this discussion and to keep going and to actually come out from this workshop with a clearer idea of how the framework would meet all of parties and all our stakeholders' priorities and needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. So, Kuwait, Nasser.
Thanks a lot. On the same thing that other colleagues talked about for the principles, I think that we emphasize on the country-driven and the best available science and the CBDR as for the principles. And from the breakout to group number 2, some of the cross-cutting issues, I think that we also have to check on the other agenda items that we have under the UNFCCC, such as research systematic observation, the Warsaw International Mechanism, and the slow onsets, the hazardous. I think these are all cross-cutting issues that we can include for the adaptation and the global goal of adaptation when we look at them. Most of the things that we can look as cross-cutting issues, as I said, from other bodies, other UN bodies, and other, as I said, as other agenda items. And I don't think that also some previous colleagues said that we don't need to add any additional burdens on developing countries. As for the sources of information, we have NAPS, we have the NDCs, we have the adaptation communication. And as for the developing countries adding other sources of information on their burdens is going to be very difficult because we are talking on the same subject as adaptation. We can also use the IPCC reports as another kind of source of information. Thanks a lot.
I just wanted to say that it's really important to use this opportunity to really capture some of the progress, and maybe if we could just focus on some of the elements that you would like to discuss further and to take this framework in the progressive manner, because we don't have a lot of time between now and the SP sessions as well. So I really encourage you to use this opportunity, because I think we've heard lots of feedback from the 2 breakout groups, and now if we could just move on that bit. UN Habitat.
Thank you so much for that opportunity. And actually picking up on that point, I was wondering, like, in terms of way forwards and then bringing all these really great ideas to fruit and make them be picked up again at the SB and continue that dialogue. Do we need, in one or the other way, little task force for like clustered of the themes, or what would be the best appropriate way basically to make sure the methodologies that have been proposed have the greatest alignment, or find the comparative advantages between the methodology, or if we look into like the actual framework itself, the setting up and so on. And a lot of it, of course, is also led by the generosity of UNFCCC and the colleagues there. But what would also help UNFCCC in that leadership? What do you want from our side? How do you utilize us best? How do we serve that purpose best? And then maybe going on in that direction. Would love to hear from colleagues and participants, but also just a general guidance. And I think we're all super eager to volunteer or be voluntold wherever it is needed most. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretariat, you want to say something about it, or I'll go to Angola. Angola first, is it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we appreciate the conversation that has been happening today. This is the conversation that we need to continue to have more of to ensure the framework and it's effectively that is effectively being developed. A few points I would like to highlight. I would like to stress the point others made around national driven nature. This is very important that we are not prescriptive in a top-down approach on particularly methods on of doing business, but it's important to understand the global nature of adaptation. Um, because this global nature I'm referring to is to enhance adaptation action and support. As LDCs, we hope the global process will be an opportunity to enhance cooperation, enhance some support and recognition of efforts, and not an additional burden to LDCs or any other developing country. Thank you.
Thank you. EU.
Thank you, Minister, and sorry for coming back in. Perhaps also a few reflections from my side, because I like the question you asked, sort of to ask us also as a group how to move forward from this. And I think there's a lot of good elements that we have discussed over the past few days. So definitely good to capture some of those elements in the way forward. I think it's I would like to mention, I think a lot of the groups mentioned the convergence around sort of providing some structure in a quite scattered or fragmented adaptation landscape also internationally. So the framework would really add value in sort of bringing a lot of elements together. I know some colleagues from other groups already have quite some concrete ideas on that. So I think that would also be an interesting way to see how we can move forward from there. I think, as I mentioned, for us, the policy cycle is the adaptation cycle is a useful tool to provide some structure in also looking at the two functions that are in the current decision on enhancing action and support, but also reviewing overall progress. Has a bit of a backward and a forward-looking dimension, so it's also good to make a bit of distinction between that and also look at concrete activities, outcomes, elements that we can do as an international community to enhance it. I think there are already quite a lot of examples for each step of the cycle that we could do, which still speak to the different levels of governance. So that it has a local, there's a national, there's an international component, and it is bringing some structure in the adaptation landscape. And I think I would also like to underline the importance that incremental to transformative is like a sliding scale, but it is an important way to raise the ambition and adaptation to move us forward, to really go beyond where we are at now. I think we all agree that we need to do much more. So let's also use that opportunity with this framework to really move towards it without specifically labeling activities, etc., but really strive to enhance our collective efforts. So I think that those are at least a few elements that I believe would speak to quite some convergence in the room, and it would be great if we can use it also for the way forward. And perhaps like on the task force, which was also just raised by you in Habitat, I think it would be useful that we I don't know, have some further basis for our second workshop. I think this workshop was very useful, providing a lot of new insights. Also, for example, from the indigenous groups on the transformational adaptation. But by really bringing it all together, we also need a sort of like a further iteration to work from. Thanks.
Thank you for those insights. Alvin?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving the floor again. I would, there's two things from what I gather is the discussions around a framework not being too prescriptive and what would be the linkages at the national level, given the local context of adaptation. I think the an element that could be further explored is the linkages to national adaptation plans. With supporting over 20 NEPs now in different countries, the NEPs are also developing very relevant targets, monitoring and evaluation methods as well. And so linkages there to NEPs would be an important element to explore, particularly giving the local context of adaptation to countries. And then second, I'd like to echo and also support the idea floated by the UN Habitat colleague. It would be prudent to actually introduce a framework a little bit earlier, and then the remaining workshops then could help further define the metrics, the targets, indicators, as well as the relationship, the different principles, and maybe having very small focus group to look at the very different cross-cutting issues and dimensions could be a possible way forward. The little groups could also look at the proposals that have been introduced in other workshops as well. This also helps to break down the load. And then, the further workshops could then bring all these little dimensions together. Thank you.
Thanks, Alvin. TB?
Thank you, Minister of State, for giving me the floor again. I just wanted to reflect on some of the things that have been said, but also not just the group that I was in, but hearing some of the interventions and feedback based on the first breakout group as well, to reflect on that. And I think just to reiterate that with the framework, as we refine it and as we discuss what the best way to fit it in, that it's still global, but we can still ensure that it's a country-driven process and that it applies to countries all over the world, regardless of their circumstances or environments. I think it's important to ensure that it is based on science and that it does have a backing, which is obviously why initially many developing countries, as G77 and China, we did propose the themes of the workshop to be the IPCC Working Group 2 report sectors, and to making sure that it's reflective of that. So I think there obviously have since then, even at COP27, there were proposals and other things were added into the themes, which we really haven't really discussed upon or touched upon in detail. I think it's important to then reflect on what is there, what's available, and how we can ensure that it is relevant as a global framework, because obviously not every single theme, if it's very specific, will be relevant to every single country or even group. So in order to ensure that the framework is applicable and we can get the most out of it, I do think sticking to themes that are very based and grounded in science, such as through the IPCC Working Group 2 chapters, is an important consideration. And I think just to reflect on what Alvin just mentioned, I think and also reflecting on Luz's presentation yesterday that Argentina presented, having a task force or a working group that can really get down to the details and maybe refine the framework based on input we've provided in this workshop and subsequent workshops, to give potential options that we could even discuss in upcoming workshops, would be a great suggestion. That way we can continue to refine it throughout the work program this year, rather than very later on having to then sort of come together with less time to then refine a potential framework. So just wanted to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you, TB. Canada?
Thank you very much. And I guess I'm just at this point picking up on things that the previous couple interventions focused on. But I think thinking about the breakout groups that just happened, and as well as the workshop in the previous couple days, it's given us a lot to consider and really stimulated a lot of thinking, at least on my side. And I do think it would be helpful to get something on paper, to get options on paper sooner rather than later. And I think it would be really helpful if we have some of those options or proposals for the framework for bond to discuss at our next workshop, because I think we've gotten to the point where we've stimulated enough thinking. We've talked about the themes, dimensions, different elements of the framework. So I would offer the suggestion for whoever feels comfortable, maybe through submissions, parties or organizations, different communities could propose some concrete suggestions on paper, perhaps inspired by Argentina's presentation yesterday. Just seeing how that stimulated discussion and really got us thinking, even recognizing that we don't have all the answers yet, and there's still quite a few elements and dimensions that we need to drill down into and to further explore. But I think even if being able to sketch out a structure of potential framework or few options for structures coming from parties and other groups would be extremely, extremely helpful to move the GLASS program forward at the coming workshops. Thanks.
Thank you. UK?
Thanks very much, and thanks for the discussion earlier. It was really thought-provoking and shows the amount of work that we need to do both at home and together in the next few months. I do have some of the key takeaways from the previous session, and having heard a bit from others, I think that there are three main things that say on my mind. The first one would be the question around how to link the different elements of the adaptation policy cycle with what we discussed at COP26 and COP27, so that it does link to the question of what we are trying to achieve and how this will link to the GST, and the work assessment analysis, and also link to the question of targets and what, again, we're trying to achieve through this framework. And the second point is really on the governance and work at different levels, and that will include some of the roles and responsibilities in terms of who needs to do what for successful transformative adaptation from the global to the national and local levels. And that includes I think the analysis element that also Argentina referred to yesterday in their presentation, and the question around, for instance, the ambition cycle. And the third point, a few others have mentioned it, including to be honest just now, and it's about what we can do and achieve this year versus what will be some of the longer term work. So I think in terms of where and how we can build from others and what we need to enhance over time. I think these 3 points, around the adaptation policy cycle and responsibility, the governance and work at different levels, and their kind of timeline, what we can achieve this year versus a longer term, would be something I think we will further need discussions on. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. We have Natasha next, and Ala from Moldova, and then Saudi.
Thank you very, very much. It's been an interesting last 3 days, and it's nice to see that we're all taking the time and the effort to be a bit more ambitious as we're thinking around conceptualizing the global goal and adaptation. Very briefly, I just want to reiterate our points that as we consider changing the way we're thinking around the goal and transformation adaptation, it will be relevant. And I did hear from a lot of the representatives that we should think of ways to capture the wisdom and values shared during this workshop, and of course the indigenous values which are related to nature and stewardship, as well as the intergenerational considerations. I would like to see that we reflect on these more in our discussions, not only here, but even as we go to the SBs and beyond. So just to say thank you to all as we continue to hear and reflect. I do recall yesterday it was raised that as we are thinking around the task force, there could be a consideration to include a member from the FWG, which would be a very useful approach. And also today, many had mentioned that as we are thinking around the framework, we need to think of inclusion of all types of knowledge, different types of knowledge. And so just to reiterate and say thank you to all, and also to remind us that transformational thinking needs us to think differently. And so it's nice to hear the various discussions that are going on around this. Thank you very much.
Ala?
Good morning, good afternoon to all participants of such an interesting and important event. And thank you very much for this opportunity to discuss so many important adaptation topics. I am from a region, Eastern Europe, that currently is a sort of a hotspot region on a global area. And due to this direct influence and direct impact of military conflict in Ukraine, in Moldova is quite difficult to prioritize climate change adaptation on policy agenda. Nevertheless, the country progresses with this, and we are currently at the stage of approval of a programmatic approach in climate change adaptation that emphasizes both the cross-sectoral components but also sectoral components. So this is the right time when we can plan the activities through mainstreaming approach in all sectors, but also emphasizing the climate action at the ground level. And considering again the specific circumstances we have in our country, I found very important in providing or emphasizing the issues referring to methodological approach. Methodological approach at the sectoral level, at the geographical level, and particularly in implementing climate change adaptation at the local level. We really emphasize this. Of course, we overcome this barrier through the development of different guidelines at the local level by the country. Nevertheless, the approach that would be supported by the overview, by the view at the global level will be much appreciated. And yesterday it was a lot of emphasis on transformational adaptation, which is really needed for Moldova this very time. But the difference between implementing interventions at the gradual adaptation in a gradual approach and transformational approach is a big one, particularly in having capacities to implement transformational adaptation versus, let's say, individual projects. Therefore, I think it's, at least for the donors that support implementation of climate adaptation interventions, it's very important to have the emphasis on capacity building of those institutions, particularly Ministry of Environment, that supposed to implement and supposed to monitor transformational adaptation. And I don't think at the very moment there is, let's say, direct linkages or interrelation between capacity building for transformational adaptation and intervention actions supported by the donors. I think this is a missing component that's supposed to be considered at least by the climate donors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Saudi, followed by Botswana.
Thank you, everyone, for the rich discussion. We believe that we want to move this framework forward and actually have a tangible outcome. And I believe our next workshop, which is focused on target settings, metrics, methodologies, indicators for the GGA, as well as steps for iterative adaptation cycle, and the rest of the title is a long title. I didn't realize this. Is where a lot of these all of is where the discussion should happen, and I believe part of the decision was to have parties voluntarily submit through the platform their suggestions and their proposals and ideas, and the work should be done in the form of the workshop. We are the task force. We are here to actually come up with the framework. We cannot delegate this to someone else. And I appreciate the idea, but this is where we should be doing the work, and this is why we are here, and that's why the glass happened, is to actually through this discussion, through a national driven process where all parties are part of that process, are contributing to this development of the framework. So maybe building on what Morgan was saying, is that through these submissions, we can say our options and propose our ideas. And in the next workshop, which is in conjunction with the SP session, we can discuss them and see how we can build on substance and move forward in the SP session. But creating a workforce or a task force, I believe that is somehow adding additional layer which would complicate the process. But I appreciate the spirit, and I believe that's why we are here, and we are pushing for this framework to go forward, and we should be discussing this as a whole, as a group, as all parties contributing to this in the next workshop with a tangible outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, and good afternoon again, colleagues. So perhaps because one of the points that I wanted to raise is related to the previous speaker from Saudi Arabia, and actually just to agree with him with some of the points that he raised around the way forward. There is a sense of urgency, and we understand that very well. That sense of urgency to move this forward. We have been talking about the global goal on adaptation since it was establishment in the Paris Agreement. So we all have that sense of urgency. But I think what we made progress in Sharm is to establish a process on how we can build this framework on the GGA. I think para 16, 17, and 18 of the decision was very clear on submissions that can be made, around the workshops that can be established. And I think it is our job as parties, and all others in this process to ensure that we share our views in that process, because anything that goes against that will undermine the process, and I think that's a bit dangerous. And I think we also want to make sure that this process is quite inclusive in that sense. So fully support the proposal that was made, or the intervention that was made by Saudi Arabia on the way forward and how to move this work forward. A few reflections as well, and because I have the mic, on the issue around the themes. Agree with some of the sentiments that were raised around the room to maintain the themes as discussed and suggested by the IPCC around the themes also that are elaborated in the decision, and base our work around those themes, and not introduction of new themes. Around the dimensions, again, around the adaptation cycle, and including the element around finance as a standalone finance, capacity building, and technology transfer. I think is an important one that needs dedicated dimension and a process within which we can aggregate information at the global scale. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Nico?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. And we share similar views on what our previous colleagues stated on the work what we need to do in the workshops, and that it needs to be based on what we have already stated in the decision, on the submissions, on the spaces to discuss, the workshops to build on the the different steps that on the understanding of what we have. We, for example, see value as well on the Argentina proposal on the submission, because it sets one view on how this framework could work. I think if we can develop similar views on how we picture the framework to have in the rows, in the columns, and make examples from each of the group, could be a good input for the next discussions. For instance, preliminary speaking, we see, yeah, in the rows, the different sectors that we have discussed, in the different columns, as well the information from the adaptation cycle. And if you make a cross between both of those types of information, you will find a number of pieces of that work, maybe 60 pieces of the framework, and each of that piece has its own indicator, its own source of information, its own baseline, and the methodology that could be needed to produce the baseline and measure the indicator. And of course, it could have its own target. But as well, we see that since the means of implementation is something that is part of, as a cross-cut or part of the whole framework, one of the dimensions, we see that there is a need to have a clear information or methodology target on baseline of each of those pieces, referring to the finance support, the technology transfer, the capacity building for developing countries in addressing for those sectors and dimensions. That is something that is required for enabling the discussions that we have had about transformational adaptation, incremental adaptation, and the gap that of the costs that developing countries are experiencing in pursuing transformational adaptation. So yes, that is what we see for now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico. We have Mariam, then we have Michael, Fiji, and Argentina. Oh, sorry, Australia.
Thank you.
Argentina.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is Zambia. Maybe I'll make this remark now on behalf of the group. And I think my sentiments that I wanted to express have been very eloquently expressed by previous speakers, Botswana, Saudi Arabia, and as well as Ecuador. I think the keyword is we are the task force. I think that through the previous decisions, we have created all the channels that are needed in order to cover all the aspects of developing the framework. We have made really good progress last year from listening to the different stakeholders and articulating what the different components could be. And this has finally culminated in the idea of the framework, which we have adopted. We have decided clear dimensions and clear themes. And now we're in the phase of fleshing these out, but at the same time trying to arrive at the concrete constituent elements of this framework. So in that sense, we appreciate the concrete presentation that was made by Argentina, as well as the different ideas that they have brought on board. But we hope that for the next workshop, the African group will be ready to present its concrete ideas for the different constituent elements of the framework in terms of the targets, the indicators that are needed, of course, informed by an assessment of the different adaptation components of the national documents that the African countries have provided. So we look forward to this level of concreteness in the next workshop and avoiding any sort of delay and locking ourselves up in creating other structures that will require very complicated processes for their materialization, and really capitalizing on the work that is already happening. There are envisaged inputs by the adaptation committee, which has also formed some working group to support on the GGA, and this includes the work that it has done on methodologies and approaches for assessing progress towards achieving the GGA. And parties and experts and practitioners and all stakeholders now involved in the workshops as a very focused task force to do this technical work. So if you want to call the workshops the task force, then we'll be happy to go along with that as long as it serves the purpose. And I think the objective is exactly the same for any task force that needs to be created. So let's continue our work through this modality and try to speed it up as far as we can before the SB, so then we identify what needs to be done by the end of the year, or also we can input to the global stocktake process and how assessment of the GGA would happen in the first and subsequent global stocktakes. Of course, learning from one process towards the others. I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
Australia.
Thank you. 2 points. The first on the what I'm hearing around means of implementation being a add-on to the standalone add-on to the policy cycle. I'm not sure if the motivation there is to highlight means of implementation. But in terms of building out a sensible framework, it seems to me to make more sense to have it cut across or cover all of the stages of the adaptation policy cycle. And you can draw out specific means of implementation support needed for planning and so on and so on. If it's to highlight the importance of it, we can put it in bold, if you like. But to create to recreate what constitutes an adaptation policy cycle by, in my view, clumsily adding on a dimension that cross-cuts rather than sits standalone is entirely nonsensical to me, I think. And I'd need to be convinced that of the merits of it, other than it just being something to highlight the importance of it. Second point, I think Maria from Argentina was brave and innovative in coming up with this idea of a task force or a working group or whatever it might be, and I fully understand and empathise with the motives behind it. It's extremely difficult to create to develop knowledge products, frameworks with 60, 70, 80 people. There's a lot of cooks in that particular kitchen. And I note the resistance in the room from colleagues from Botswana through to Saudi Arabia, Zambia, Ecuador, and so on. And if there is that resistance, then it's unlikely to be incorporated into any decision at Bonn, and there will be no mandate given. That does not, and this is important, it does not prevent those who want to work together in informal settings to create drafting groups across countries, across parties, across groupings, based on a shared understanding of commonalities in submissions. I think there's a strong argument for such drafting groups to be informally and organically organized, and I think sideline work outside the context of these workshops is both needed and the best way to go about drawing it. And then we can come back with what we've developed for discussion, mediation and consultation with the broader group. So just encourage those willing to consider that option. I know Australia would be keen to be involved, and I think it makes good use of time. And it's kind of like in the workshop setting how we get broken up into groups, and it changes the dynamics, and smaller groups can focus on building and certain issues and can get pen to paper and start drawing things up. That developing frameworks typically happens that way, and then we can come back and take different ideas and sort of work them together. So I'll leave my points there. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Argentina.
Thank you. I think that yesterday when we made this initial proposal, the purpose of the proposal was not to create an additional layer or to create a formal structure for the process under the glass. That was not the intention. And I mean, we call task force, you can call it working group, or I mean, it's an informal group of people from this group the people who is in this, that I mean, this task force does not replace the work that we are going to do and that we are doing in the workshops. This group of people is meant to complement what we do during the workshops. Also, I mean, we can provide them the inputs, focused inputs through submissions to this task force, and then they can prepare and organize our thoughts. But it's all based on the workshops and in our submissions. And then we can go through the documents or the products that this task force or working group can prepare and bring those products through to the workshops and then reflect again on the workshops. I mean, it's an iterative process and it's a complementary process. And but again, it's only a suggestion to take us and to move us forward in the time that we have. Yes, yeah, that's all that I have to say.
Thank you. We are running over time here. So I have UNDP online. Next, I have UN Habitat, and after Angola, we'll close.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This is Prakash Bista from UNDP. Points I wanted to raise have already been addressed, in fact, in the conversations before. So I'm simply echoing some of the sentiments shared already on the urgency of moving this work forward. And I would like to share a policy brief that we had prepared in May of last year, looking at adaptation monitoring and the importance of glass in national systems. And this brief was informed heavily by the vast portfolio of NAP projects that we support at UNDP, with keeping some of the key principles that have come up here in the last 2 days of discussions as well, which were to keep it simple, to use existing frameworks, and to apply a participatory process, and above all, not to add additional and unnecessary burden to developing countries. I'll share the link to this brief here in the chat and request the Secretariat to also share with you. So without taking any further time, what is clear from the discussion this morning is that we do need to move forward, whether or with or without a task force. I don't think that is very much important. But whatever the process is, UNDP is a steadfast partner in contributing to this process. And thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much. I actually can withdraw my intervention because Argentina and both Australia have captured it so perfectly. So in the interest of time, thank you very much.
Angola.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for taking the floor again. I'm Goli speaking on behalf of the LDCs. Madam Chair and colleagues, we understand the need in establishing a task force. We understand this need has the purpose to advance the work, but we are concerned that it would have process challenges that would actually go against the purpose. So we think it's important for constituencies like the best example of Abu to start advancing their thoughts in a structured and visual approach as proposed yesterday by Argentina. Because other constituencies, as LDCs, for example, we still think it would be a purpose of delaying that may delay the process we are in. So we do not agree in having a task force now. Perhaps if it was decided in the beginning, in the very beginning of the process, it would be helpful. But now we are in the middle of the process. We don't see an added value in having this task force. My colleague from Argentina just specified who this task force can be, but even though I think I still need reflection on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close for now, and it's lunchtime. And we'll be back at 1.
Dear participants here in the room, could you start moving into the places you had before or a new place that we can start this afternoon session? I have also to check whether the people online are available, because originally we planned for 1 o'clock. A little bit behind, but you know that rather often what is happening when you move to the end, then it enlarges the time at the end. So we are not closing in time, we continue moving later and later. But that is not my intention. Nevertheless, it is for the discussion and not for the time management we are here. We are online, I hope. To check. Yes? Otherwise, I'm talking and then suddenly people join us and think, what are they doing there? Okay, the planning for this afternoon is as follows. I would suggest that first I ask a representative of the Secretariat to give a maximum 10-minute overview on the global stocktake. What is the status? What is the recent development? Just that everybody has a recap or at least a basic knowledge, if needed, on that situation. Next, what I wanted to do is provide you with some guiding questions that will then be presented by the Secretariat on the screen, just to assist the discussion and not to restrict the discussion. And after that, of course, we will have the discussion. That is how we want to proceed this afternoon in this session. With that, I would like to give the floor to Florian to elaborate on the global. Florian.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, as you probably know, the global stocktake has three components on information collection and preparation. Then there is a technical dialogue, which is the main modalities for the second component, the technical assessment. And finally, consideration of output, which is a kind of political phase of the global stocktake. Yeah? The information collection and preparation started, and it's still ongoing. Yeah, with particular relevance for your work, there was a synthesis report prepared by the Secretariat on adaptation, which includes some elements of the global goal on adaptation, mainly what was the work last year, what was happening last year. Yeah. There is an intention to update those the synthesis report, and that may include something on the framework and eventually something from the reports we have for your workshop. Yeah. In Sharm el-Sheikh, the parties look at the progress on GST, and then they realize that the political components needs to start earlier. Yeah. So for people which are thinking that you can really collect information, assess, and then write a report, and then go to Dubai and say, let's look at the report and draw some political conclusions, that is something which cannot lead to very substantive progress. There will be very little time from September when the synthesis report, the factual synthesis report of the global stocktake will be prepared, and the political discussion. So parties decided to initiate the political process with an informal consultation for parties and non-party stakeholders, which will take place in April. Submissions have been asked from parties to get views on how the consideration of outputs in the political phase could unfold. Yeah. And then in the political phase, in addition to the normal negotiation, like under any agenda item where you have a joint contact group, the modality is establish a high-level committee, which is composed of the presidencies of the CMA and the substance BI chair. So they also been tasked to present like a work plan for what they want to do at the high level. So where some roundtables have to be organized in Dubai. Now, this gives you a picture of various places where you can basically intervene. Now I will give you a bit of an idea of what has been already discussed in the technical dialogues. Yeah, adaptation was, of course, it's one of the themes of the global stocktake, and it's has been considered together with loss and damage. And in the first technical dialogue, we had discussions about the key findings of IPCC Working Group 2. There was a panel discussion on adaptation pathways, and there was another discussion on a global state of adaptation action and support. Yeah. One innovative modality which was used in the global stocktake is called World Cafe. So where parties and non-party stakeholders met in a setting like you are now here, yeah, and there have been four we call them stations, World Cafe stations, which are dealing with adaptation. One looking at the current and projected impacts, national and subnational planning processes, and resilience of natural system and ecosystem-based adaptation and support for adaptation. In the discussions we had have been documented in a report which is available. You can have a look at it. Now, I want to say something which is of relevance for the discussion here is who is really doing the assessment of the progress under the global goal on adaptation. Yeah, is it to be done in the GST? Is it to be done in other processes? I mean, I understand you will develop a framework, and there may be something else after the framework where you try to assess the progress. Yeah. What I want to say is that in the technical dialogues, parties are not really doing an assessment per se. They are looking to assessments coming from various sources. Yeah. So the assessment coming from a UNFCCC eventual process on this would be also looked at together with what UN agencies are saying, what non-party stakeholders are saying about the global goal on adaptation. And you develop an assessment based on multiple inputs. Yeah. Given the situation, basically, I would not say there was any assessment of the global goal on adaptation to date. Yeah, but there were some subjects which have been discussed, which were linking to what you were discussing yesterday and today. At the second meeting of the technical dialogue, which will be coming soon with the report. The focus was more on the elements of 714. Yeah, recognize the adaptation efforts of developing countries and has the implementation of adaptation action, and moving for implementation to ambitious transformative adaptation, which was something you discussed yesterday and the day before, taking into account barriers, challenges, and opportunities, and review of adequacy and effectiveness of ongoing adaptation action and support at different scales. But nothing on GSG. GGA, as you see. The workstation discussions have been on adaptation needs of countries and how can they be better addressed. And here there were a bunch of discussions on innovative tool supports, including finance, technology, enabling environment, which would be something similar to what you have on the cross-cutting in your discussion. Yeah. How can support be given to early warning system at national, regional, local scale, and how to use the scientific information for ambition adaptation action, again at multiple scales. And something about methodology gaps, yeah, including on assessing transboundary cascading, compounding impacts, and so on. So those are elements which have been discussed also in the global stocktake, will be documented in the report of the co-facilitators. Now, these reports of the co-facilitators include, in addition to a summary of what has been said, their own reflections. Yeah. So they are preparing the reflections on adaptation, and here I can give you some ideas. There is progress in implementing adaptation and planning adaptation, but it's inadequate. Any increase in temperature is important. Um, Recognition of efforts could be done by the elements of the cycle. So again, you have the elements of the cycle, what we do in efforts for assessing vulnerabilities, planning, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and so on. Yeah, and opportunities to make adaptation transformational and uh, equitable. Yeah, so they are reflecting on some of these things. Yeah. Now, something which is missing, in my view, and is missing from your framework, is the element of international collaboration. Yeah, on adaptation. As you know, basically the outcome of the GST is supposed to inform the enhancing of NDC and strengthening international collaboration. So most of the discussions here are revolving around, methane initiatives, all kind of mitigation initiatives. But I'm sure there are many adaptation initiatives, and you may wish to see how in your framework an assessment of the contribution of or the progress made in international collaboration would fit. Yeah. Another element which is emerging from our discussion is that all these discussions are at the global level, but what parties can do when they go home? How would they implement? And then there's the idea of best practices and lesson learned. And I think it was mentioned by Australia earlier today. If it's transformation or adaptation, we are arguing what is it and how we should look at it. What is the role of incremental adaptation and all these things? But are there any good practices which should help people? Yeah. So in the context of the GST, there is an intention to create a tool, an analytical tool. Well, would you have the opportunity to look to best practices and see if we can do something when you go home. On the mitigation, there is a lot of discussion that you should go to level of sectors. Yeah, and this comes to your teams. Yeah, and again, I mean, it would be useful to see global progress in the various thematic areas, which is, I assume you will try to do. Now, I will finish. I was finished with just two, three ideas. One is, I think you need to consider this as an opportunity for you. Everybody understands that the work on the GGA is ongoing, yeah. But what can you do for first global stocktake? Where can you provide an input? And I would encourage you to think about the technical level and as well as political level. There will be a decision, there will be a declaration. What can be in the decision, what can be in the declaration? You are the best group to judge and provide inputs through your countries. If you cannot do it as a group, through putting something in your report of the workshop and so on. So I understand the issue is complex, yeah, but I encourage you to simplify. It's a learning by doing. Everybody agreed with this, yeah. So why losing so much time discussing about the things which you cannot agree on, and maybe we can agree on some few things, simple, and say, this is what we can say about this. Was there progress on doubling adaptation funding? What was the adaptation funding in Paris time? What is now? What is based on pledges? Yeah, is the progress in planning, and how many naps we had, how many naps we have now, how many are coming, and then just a couple of examples, simples, and maybe you can work towards developing like a scorecard or something where you have numbers or even qualitative elements like red, green light. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Florian. There was a question online. You give a good overview on the global stocktake in general and where the process is now. And I saw you have your notes for that. But the question was, is there a general presentation available where that is elaborated that could be distributed later on? Because that is a question a person raised.
I didn't prepare a presentation. I saw that this should be kind of discussion.
Discussion. Okay.
If you want, I can prepare, but I don't.
Okay, good. That's a clear answer. Thank you. Now I hope at least you have an impression what is the status of the global stocktake and where potentially adaptation and global goal on adaptation could fit into. As indicated before, we would like to start the discussion. And to assist the discussion, we prepared two guiding questions. Secretariat, could you put it on the screen? I give you some time to read. Just to ensure, today we have the first discussion. And of course, there will be another workshop concentrating on the input to the global stocktake. So today is especially the first round of exchange of view between the participants online and here in the room on what you are thinking could move into the global stocktake. I assume everybody had some thinking already done ahead because global stocktake is not a new item. It is well known that there should be at some moment input. Who can I give the floor to break the ice? Online or here in the room? Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
There it is. Thank you very much for this presentation on the GST and what we have been discussing under the technical dialogues. What we think is that given that we are in a almost last part of the technical phase of the GST, that this, at least the next technical dialogue, as well as the summaries that are producing from those dialogues and the technical reports that could come from the technical phase could contribute and in a way feed the discussion on the framework, on the ongoing framework of the GGA, including the dimensions and the themes and the cross-cutting considerations. So, in a sense, and in a nutshell, it would be like a tool for the GST technical phase, this last technical phase, to consider the different elements that are in the ongoing framework. Then what we see is that during the political phase or the high-level events that are going to take place during the COP, we see that both the either the declaration or the decision that could come from these high-level events as well should inform in this structured manner that what we have proposed from the adaptation stream of the UNCCC, this ongoing framework. What we have seen is that the discussions under the GST could fit some of the elements to the ongoing framework, but we lack on potential structural or concrete way to put or to fit that those pieces of the ongoing framework, say what is happening with climate risk assessments for the water sector or weather thing. So that is something that that we would seek from the dialogues from the technical dialogue as well from the sources of input, that these technical reports that will be prepared would contain. So that is key for this work. And in addition, as we previously indicated on drawing or pulling out indicators or targets from other existing frameworks, that we should be cautious on that approach, given that each of those frameworks have its own mandate, its own principles. They have been developed under different considerations, different methodologies, and not necessarily include the climate perspective, the global warming scenarios. So that is something that we need to bear in mind to consider this kind of information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw the flag from Canada. Is that correct? You have the floor. Followed
very much,
by
Chair. Thank you very much. So I don't have answers to these questions, but I want to take the opportunity to ask a question myself, perhaps to the Secretariat, because I still have perhaps misunderstandings, or maybe I'm really dense, but misunderstandings about the process. So say in response to question one thing we saw emerge throughout this current workshop was that there's a fair degree of comfort around the IPCC themes and applying those to the framework and the GGA. So say, hypothetically, we did decide that this was something we wanted to pursue. What would then be the process? So if we made that decision today or at the next workshop, then what would happen to that decision in terms of the GST process? So I don't really understand the translation between what we discussed in the glass workshops and how that gets translated into the GST process. So I would just hope for some clarification if possible. Thank you.
Florian, maybe you can give a reaction from the floor, or you want to come up? Okay, he's coming. Related to that question, as you noted, a number of parties in the submission also questions our proposal from the chairs to have the input of the GGA to the global stocktake in the workshop of August. That would be rather late, related to the September finalizing of the report. So parties suggested whether it would not be better to have the input of the global stocktake on the workshop of June in Bonn. That is an option we want to consider. But of course, the consequence of that is that this further discussion on the framework has to wait until August, and that might be rather late for your own process. So there, if you later on also can go into that question, how you look into the process where you still said, yes, we would like to prefer the global stocktake in June. or you say, no, 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 listen to all the discussion and what we have here. Maybe it is better to keep the original plan, just to ensure that we as B chairs have the most updated information, and not that we move into a way that doesn't make party happy. But Florian, you have the floor related to the direct question.
Yep. One of the reasons I'm here was to, see if there is anything which can be done without providing any harm. So, I mean, if we have had discussions and we are naming the team differently in the report, it's quite easy to say we use the terminology which you use in the decision and so on. Yeah, of course I've noted there are sensitivities and people which you're recommending to also look to national circumstances with other things like desertification and so on. I was trying to see how we write the adaptation cycle matches what we speak here, but here some people are talking about the iterative adaptation cycles, others are talking about the political adaptation cycle. So we can say we can call it adaptation cycle until you decide how you want to call it. Yeah. So ensuring some consistency, it's at the secretarial level, it's possible. But then you have to have formal submissions. I mean, to input provided to the technical dialogue. I mean, you already have a report on the first 4 workshops, yeah, and there would be a summary report of the 5th one. One could argue that those are formal inputs. I mean, are available and we can look at. And there is a channel of participating directly in the technical dialogue and making your points. Thank you.
Thank you for that elaboration. You want to add something, the Secretariat?
Yeah, maybe I can come in. On your question, Morgan, with regard to the process, para 24. Thanks. Para 24 asked SPs to consider elements of para 10 to be taken into account in the GST. But I think we should exercise caution not to call it, not to frame it in a way that the elements of the framework have been determined. However, in the GST, in the format of Word Cafe or whatever sessions that they are planning to do, they can consider having discussion using those headings, like the dimensions, the themes, or topics or sectors, or what they call it, like water, food, and cross-cutting considerations. But the GGA work program is still ongoing. But yes, there was indeed in the GGA decision a mandate for the SPs to taking into account elements of para 10. Thank you.
Okay, I hope this clarifies the question. And then I move over to Malediv.
Thank you, Chair. I think just to quickly reflect, for STIDS, we were really keen to have like a specific workshop for the GST by the SB session, so either this workshop or the 6th workshop, because like we definitely wanted there to be input into the first GST and looking into trying to answer the questions after just very little time to reflect. I would say that with the dimensions and the themes and the cost-cutting considerations that we have sort of taking into consideration after COP27, one thing that we initially thought was that these can sort of be a guiding tool, knowing that obviously the first GST coincides with the conclusion of this work program. So ideally, when this framework is adopted, the first GST is also going to be concluded. So I think this work program would then allow for a framework to be adopted that would be able to feed into subsequent GSTs a lot better than it can for this first one. But to ensure that we do get a good outcome with this GST, what we have discussed has been that these dimensions and themes and cross-cutting considerations can be used to sort of categorize information just so that we can know what has been lacking, what hasn't. Obviously, we haven't been able to come to an agreement on indicators and targets and metrics as of right now, but these are things that we do have existing. As going to the second question now, we do have existing agreed indicators, which could be applicable. But again, I think having a workshop or more sessions that can really focus and hone in on this would be really beneficial to the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mudif. Next on my list is the EU, followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to the colleague from the Secretariat to provide this very clear overview of where we stand with the GST. I think it's the question we all have in the back of our minds when coming to this workshop. It's not only the framework, but we also have the GST. I think we all see there's a lot of parallels in different processes. Of course, there are different mandates, and I think Tibian also brilliantly outlined that sort of we also want to see something fitting into this GST, but we are also aware, of course, that the framework discussions are in that sense parallel, and the framework will be adopted at COP28. Also interesting to hear that the co-facilitators from the GST would see also merit in sort of considering input along the adaptation policy cycle. I think that's something we would definitely be interested in further exploring. I think sort of starting from the dimensions, looking at the question, sort of starting from the dimensions, it would probably be most feasible on a global scale to come with quantitative and qualitative elements to really provide some clear lens on where we stand currently. That could be something that sort of basically feeds from this framework discussions into the GST process. I think that's something that could be an idea to further consider. Themes, I think, as some mentioned already, we've discussed this today as well on the IPCC themes and cross-cutting. Might also speak a bit more to the national level. So I think it would be best to sort of start with the dimension side for this global analysis. Perhaps on the second question, I understand that last year in Bonn, the AC also had a bit of a similar working group looking into existing frameworks and to sort of extract and analyze relevant indicators and targets to use. So perhaps that's something that can be both useful for the framework, but also for the GST process. So I think there's it's important that we link those two processes, keeping also the different mandates in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Florin, for this very good presentation, as well as bringing to our attention that there's a lot of strength in actually simplifying. And some of that is already clear and exists in different decisions that we have made, also clearly reflected in different articles of the Paris Agreement. For example, on the question of what elements of Para 10 3 CMA4, I think the Decision 3 CMA4 comes also in light of Decision 7 CMA3, if I'm not mistaken, so the previous decision on the GGA from Glasgow, which clearly articulates the objectives of the framework. So I think the objectives of assessing the global goal on adaptation will be guided by those objectives until we finalize our work on the framework. So it's good to revert. So enhancing action and support, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think there were 5 or 7 clear objectives of the GGA framework that we need to achieve. So that's one. In terms of what dimensions or what the structure. So I think that we have laid out the structure very clear through Decision 3 CMA4. We have identified the dimensions and the themes, particularly, of course, alongside the cross-cutting issues. So the dimensions, they have clearly emerged from the adaptation iterative cycle, which basically the ecosystem of adaptation, or how we've been planning and implementing adaptation in terms of action and support under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, where we see the impacts. So we look at assessments of impact, risks, and vulnerabilities, planning, implementation of actions, and then the monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and of course, with means of implementation cutting across the different dimensions. So as Florin has mentioned earlier, in the meantime, because the GST is a learning by doing approach, and there's a huge body of information that we can assess from within the process, or very close, reports and scientific reports as well. We could look at simple things in the meantime, such as in the impacts, vulnerability, and risk assessment. The IPCC provides us with a clear scientific evidence observed and projected where we are. Is our impacts, risks, and vulnerabilities increasing or decreasing, or what's the trajectory compared to the 1.5 or compared to the temperature goal that we already have embedded in Article 7.1 of the Paris Agreement. 7.1 clearly contextualizes what exactly are we assessing and what we aim to achieve. So that's one point. And then in terms of planning, we have different planning processes under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement that we need to first assess how far we have been able to undertake those processes and what is needed to be able to implement them. And then in the implementation of action, we see how far the implementation has happened on the ground. What have been the timelines to access the support needed? Has the support been adequate and effective? We also see a strong linkage between assessing the GGA to all of the 7.14 elements as well. Question, and then we move to means of implementation questions such as the doubling of adaptation findings. Lauren has mentioned these among others. So these are very simple metrics in the meantime that we can input to those who are working on the global stocktake while we further articulate the GGA. And we see these dimensions cutting across then the themes, and these themes are extracted from the IPCC. To respond to my colleague from Canada, we have looked at the different IPCC themes or sectors, and we have extracted these and compared them to the policy process. We have seen that throughout the different documents, national documents that countries communicate and report, there are recurring themes that apply to many countries. Of course, don't apply in the same level of priority or in the same level of footing. They don't necessarily apply to each and every one. But again, this is the common denominator, and not every they don't have to be relevant for each and every country. But this is how you reflect a global level of progress. Depends on what countries perceive. So these are in terms of the dimension and themes. We have agreed to them last year in the decision. So this could already be an input, agreed CMA decision. On the cross-cutting considerations, there are already cross-cutting considerations. Article 7.7 of the Paris Agreement that we have already been considering along the whole NAP formulation and implementation. There are also important principles such as equity in light of the global stock take and support provisions clearly articulated in Article 7 in the context of the GGA. Now, on the next question on existing indicators and framework, pretty straightforward. We have in Article 7.1 of the Paris Agreement in the context of sustainable development. So this is a very straightforward framework that we can link to immediately until we again articulate clear linkages and overlaps with the other frameworks. So this could be workable in the meantime to map it out with the SDGs. And then how can our ongoing work on the GGE contribute to the technical assessment? I think I've already articulated that with this kind of input and how the GST could structure its assessment of progress. And I think we definitely need to do further work on the consideration of output phase then on the GST. What kind of international cooperation will be needed on the GGE? Again, in simplification, there's a lot of merit. A simple call like the early warning system by the UN Secretary General has clearly set a direction where all the actors know, okay, if we want to contribute to an adaptation response or contribute to resilience, we see that we can invest in this. And I think we all need to think and brainstorm together on what could be the global cooperation or international cooperation adaptation could look like as an outcome. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I want to go over to the online participant from UNEP. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity again. I'd like to focus my response to question number 2 first, in terms of what indicators and frameworks we should be looking at from the CBD framework and from the SDG. As the as the host for the Secretariat of the CBD, we've actually made a submission looking at what particular targets could be useful for the global goal and adaptation, and Tristan and Day One had touched on it. So for the GBEF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, for us, what we found useful was to introduce the framework a little bit early. Because all the targets and indicators had to be discussed by member states. The starting point now that the GBEF is there is that it provides a framework for discussion on biodiversity, ecosystem-based approaches, and adaptation themes for the global goals. And in particular, targets in the biodiversity framework, they relate to at least 30% of degraded, for example, 30% of degraded terrestrial inland waters and coastal and marine ecosystems being restored. And I think this would be quite relevant to the global goal and adaptation. Other relevant targets and linkages that we can draw from the nature-based solutions, biodiversity, and the EBA themes in the global goal with linkages to the GBEF. Relevant targets like targets 8, 11, and 19 from GBEF would be quite useful in the metrics, indicators, and targets for the global goal. UNEP is a custodian for a couple of SDG goals. There's about 231 SDG indicators that are very relevant to vulnerability and adaptation. The point that I really want to hit is that, and as we've seen from Pakistan's case, is the climate impact and risk chain. This is very, very important in the context of understanding the vulnerability dimensions. And here, if we look at the SDG framework, the relevant global relevant indicators and targets you can source that are related to the vulnerability, but also the resource management and protection of freshwater, marine, and terrestrial ecosystems from the SDG goals, particularly 6, 8, 12, 14, 15, and 17 will be quite important. And UNEP is the custodian for these goals. We can easily make those linkages. Whatever the linkages would be drawn, I think the vulnerability dimension, in addition to bringing the resilience, would be quite important. In terms of the question 1 and question 3, the GGA and GST linkages. So we've just finished a publication in Perspectives, Adequacy and Effectiveness of Adaptation in the Global Stocktake. And I think one of the key questions over here is how does the global goal and adaptation provide the framework for adequacy and effectiveness of adaptation support? I'm happy to share this publication, but I also know work related to adequacy and effectiveness and monitoring and evaluation is a work that the adaptation committee is doing. And this is where a large part of the work from the global goal linkages would need to be drawn to the GST breadth of work. And I'm going to drop a link to this publication in terms of the linkages between GST and GGA in the context of adequacy and effectiveness adaptation. Thank you, Chair, for the floor.
Thank you for your input and also for sharing the link. I'm sure the Secretariat will include that later on. I see Canada, who is asking for the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat for clarifying the process. So to touch a bit on question 2, as well as the question from the Chair about the suggestion from some parties and submissions to reorder the workshops, I wonder if we can't interface the GLAS and the GST through the technical dialogues in Bonn. My only worry would be having a GST-focused workshop, perhaps pre-sessional or before the technical dialogues in Bonn, would create some duplication in discussions. So to use our time very effectively, perhaps question 2 is something we could consider at the following workshop, and then bring that knowledge and information that we've discussed in the workshop directly into the technical dialogues and use that as a way to interface the two processes and provide input to the GST. So one suggestion I'll throw out there and see if others disagree. I'm sure they'll tell me. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada, for your elaboration and suggestion. I'm looking around whether anybody wants to react or wants to make other comments, suggestions, thinkings. I'm also checking online. Zambia.
Thank you, Chair. So since you've encouraged us to react, so maybe I will react to some of the ideas, maybe from Canada, because yeah, they seem quite interesting. Yeah, the next workshop will be very timely in how we input to the GST, and if since we're looking to have that before the SBs then take place, then actually considering the three of which will be very important, and it will be very important to concurrently tackle both the continued development of the framework and have a section on assessing progress towards the GST or in the GST. And in that sense, for example, our vision as the African group would be to tackle the theme that is already identified for the next workshop on the targets, metrics, indicators over workshop 6 and 7, and then we would have a GST component throughout both, in a sense that in the next workshop, when we tackle the development of the framework and its targets, indicators, and dimensions, we would have, like, at the end of the workshop, maybe 1 or 2 sessions now, how that inputs to the GST TD3, and then also in the workshop after, we would then consider things like of course, again, the continued development of on the framework, its targets, metrics, indicators, components, and also have a section on the consideration of outputs, like what do we want to see coming as an outcome of the assessment of progress in the GST. And in the in-between period, we will have already had that GST TD3 that discusses further the questions on the GGA. So we would have a discussion before the technical dialogue 3, and then out of technical dialogue 3, we would have also a discussion through the workshops. So we ensure a continuum to identify as well the opportunities for international cooperation on adaptation. So this will be the line of thinking that we would propose going forward. Thanks.
Thank you for that thinking on how we could organize the future workshops. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Well, just to break the ice and just to make sure that discussion is still going, and we believe that the GST is a huge political opportunity to leverage and show the progress, but also show our solidarity within the multilateral system. What we need to highlight in the GST is we need to highlight the gaps and opportunities for action and support, and balancing these elements and addressing them across all thematic areas, guided by the principles of the conventions and of the convention and its Paris Agreement. An effort to pursue the Paris Agreement temperature goals, we need to show that we will also be working equally to adapt to that reality, meaning urgently scaling up adaptation and finance for adaptation to adapt to 1.5 word. I believe the framework and the glass is this is an ongoing process. We decided to initiate the development of the framework, which means that all the elements and the discussion is still going. And I'm very optimistic that the next workshop will have a tangible outcome that would feed into the GST. So I believe that reflecting on Canada proposal, that having a tangible outcome, and also what Miriam said, and to have a component of the GST in the next discussion but what we want to make sure is that what we are feeding into the GST is that we have an outcome to actually feed into it, not just discuss the GST before discussing the development of the framework in the first place. And that would, from my understanding, the technical dialogue will be in June. So if we have a tangible outcome in the next workshop, then we will be able to reflect it as well in the technical dialogue in June. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Maybe it helps others also to come forward with their suggestions and thinking. Nobody online? Check. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I also don't have the answers to all of these questions, but agree they're very key for us to consider. So just a few points for me, for us, as I think we submitted a submission on the technical dialogue, or it is going to come out soon, but a few key points that could be of interest to this group. One on the dimensions. We've heard a lot of things in different technical dialogues and GST discussions, but given the large number of options available for adaptation, we think there's an opportunity for the GST and this technical dialogue to follow what others have mentioned before me, but a really quite structured approach based on the adaptation policy cycle and different sectors or systems. I like how, I can't remember who, but previous speakers presented it as working through different lenses in how some of the work and technical discussion would be presented. And then the second point on the link between the different processes, I very much agree with the importance of some of the forward-looking elements and action, and really think there is a value on focusing on some of the adaptation solutions for urgent transformational adaptation in line with countries' plans and priorities, and at the global level that could be translated into some of their large initiatives. I think Secretariat mentioned the wealth and depth of initiatives that are out there. The one from their Secretary General on early warning systems for all as well could be elements to try and focus on their forward-looking element and solutions. And the last point quickly on timing, because that was mentioned a few times by different speakers. We were, as the UK suggested, they bring the GST discussions forward to June. I don't see this totally disconnected to developing the framework. I don't think having the discussion on the GST and how they complement each other or fit into one another is completely disconnected to what we're trying to do with the framework. So I agree with, there could be some sessions dedicated to specific elements for the GST, and some other sessions on some of the other things that we need to tackle to make progress. I do, like, on a very, very practical point, I do worry slightly in having a workshop in the middle of, well, or between parties group consultations to prepare and the negotiations, because we are trying to keep some of their workshop discussions quite technical and not negotiation space. So we need to try and consider when exactly we want to have it and which format, which would be, I assume, in conjunction with SBs, just the week before or after. We're generally quite flexible, just want to learn from our experience from last year and try to keep these sessions technical and focusing on developing the framework. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Themes, all views, suggestions, and comments were put on the table. Let me consult with the secretary, please. Okay. As I said before, and I'm thankful to those who reacted, that there were suggestions of moving the GST workshop earlier. We now got clear voices saying it should be in both as a component. And in both, we should also continue with the framework and with indicators, of course, in June. So don't make the GST input in one specific workshop, but before in June and August. I mean, that is what I got as an impression from the several proposals. Please, if I have a wrong understanding or you feel, no, that is not the proper way forward to discuss with my co-chair, please react. Otherwise, at least I give also that message back to Nabil. The other element is that what is the best timing of the workshop in June? Is it the week before? And of course, we will not get 3 days because there are a number of workshops before. In session, I think it will be even more difficult. Post session, 2 days will extend, of course, the time that people has to be there. I'm not saying that all 3 options are reality, but at least I would like to get some input from you, whether you say, no, doesn't care, look whatever is possible, or for some reasons you have a preference, noting that I cannot promise anything on what is possible in practice. But I mean, feel free to react. If you don't react, is also a message. Then we go our own way. But now you have the opportunity to at least to share with each other views, and hopefully that also helps the input that all give during the workshop. Australia.
Thank you. On the question of the timing of the workshop, what we faced last year in Bonn was quite a stiff and intervention-dominated workshop. Because it was the first one, and we were getting better at this, or we have been getting better at this. But B, it was also in the same place and at the sort of same time as Bonn, or it sort of preceded it. So it didn't really lend itself, at least then, to a workshop environment. So if we're coming, I'm sure we're getting better at this, but if we're coming from the perspective of trying to maximize workshop interaction and take off to the extent possible our negotiator hats, then after makes sense. There are trade-offs here, and one being I think I'll get in trouble from my wife staying any longer than I have to, and the kids and so on. So I don't necessarily want to do that either. But we need an open discussion about this. And if it is a commitment to before, then accompanying that commitment has to be that we do not come with our talking points in hand and start the negotiations a couple of days early, that we actually workshop it and then change clothes, so to speak, before bond starts. If it's after, then I think we maximise our chances of a true exchange happening. They're just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Zambia.
Thank you very much, Chair, for sparking this conversation. And let me start by sympathizing with Luke having to stay over, and everybody else as well who spends lengthy times at the negotiations, which happens to be all of us. But I mean, in the essence is, I think that we recognize the urgency, and learning from last year, really the workshops are what we make out of them. What we learned from last year is that we should have started before the SBs. What happened last year is that we didn't really start before the SBs. So we got to the SBs having to get this very first opportunity to express our views on how we want to see the work program being implemented. So there was a lot of interventions, but there were also very good dialogues and good presentations from the IPCC, and we really greatly benefited in giving some sort of guidance throughout the SBs on how we want to see the work continuing. So learning from last year as well, not starting so late, from the African group, we're willing to show utmost flexibility even in having the workshop well before the SB session. Well, this means that we will have to compromise the time that we have in coordinating with our internal groups, but we will definitely find a way or make one. So we fully support an approach where we have the workshop in probably a 2 months time from now. That's quite sufficient, around the 20 something of May. That could be a very agreeable approach. If no other groups can live with that, then considering an option of having the workshop in one day maybe before the SBs and one day through the SBs. Again, we could work around the interactive modalities. Again, it's what we make out of it. However, from my group, I don't think that we will be in a position to delay the workshop after the SBs. We all recognize that there will be the technical dialogue, the third technical dialogue taking place in the SBs, and then our work on developing the framework and working on our input for the technical assessment phase is critical and timely for the objective of this work program, but for adaptation overall. So in that sense, we don't really support, very clearly do not support an approach where we delay the workshop following the SBs, but well, we're willing to engage before the SBs. That's our favorable option. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see the Malady followed by the EU.
I believe the EU raised the flag before me.
Okay, then the EU first.
Thanks, Fabian. That's kind of you. No, thanks also for raising this point, because it's important that we reflect a bit on how to proceed. Perhaps I just want to echo a few sentiments that we really want to use the workshops to get into the substance, to really workshop. I think that's for us the key point, that we really dive into it deeply. I would also like to acknowledge the Secretariat for all their creative efforts this workshop with post-its and different brainstorming sessions, breakout groups. So I would really urge them to really focus on concrete discussions, focused topics, smaller groups, breakout groups, smaller settings, perhaps some plenary reflections, but really focus on getting into the substance and working on the framework. I think that's something we would all benefit most from. Thanks.
Now you are.
Thank you, Chair. I think just reflecting on last year and how the workshops went, I think when we've had one day just or very like sort of crammed sessions, it's not been as productive and engaging as it has been when we've had more time. And I think time-wise, obviously, you've also stated that during the SBs, it's going to be quite limited. So I think would agree with what Miriam has also said about even having it a few days before, where we do have time. And I think having 3 days, even now, it doesn't feel like we've had enough time to discuss the framework in as much detail as we could or should. Ideally, we would have people here in Maldives for much longer. But I think with that in mind, having it before the SB sounds, I think, the most logical, because then we have enough time to go there, discuss before the negotiations start. I do, again, understand Luke's point about not going into the workshop as a negotiation and rather trying to be productive and add substance to the framework. And I think that is the goal from EARSIS, and I'm sure many parties would agree as well. So just wanted to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now go to Argentina, followed by Russia online.
Now, can you hear me? Yeah. Just to align ourselves, I mean, we support the idea, team's idea, TBS idea of having the workshop before, maybe 3 days before the SBs, not much before, because otherwise we are going to maybe lose the ideas and, I mean, the dynamic. I think that having before, but 3 days, no more than that, because I agree also with Luke that it gets so long. But yes, that is going to help to reach a substantive outcome at TSBs, just to support that.
Thank you for your views. Now to Russia online.
Well, just a brief comment. We understand that it could be difficult to coordinate workshops with other born events, but somehow it is easier for planning our participation. So if we will choose prayer even after born options, we would support it, but we would also like to ask to provide us with the option decided, the exact dates, I mean, as soon as possible, because, well, we think it is useful to have more people in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. I see nobody else online. I see also nobody. Okay, I see Angola, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Echoing colleagues that prefer to have the workshop just before June. We think it will be much more useful, and we'll have more time to work on it and to digest what we should consider for the GST. And for the LDC group chair, we would like to support the suggestion, clearly support the suggestion to have it outside the negotiation type modality. We don't want to pay attention to two processes moving forward together as usual. So if colleagues can agree in having it before June, it would be, I think, good to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Angola. Now I move over to Ecuador.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We would like to add a couple of points. One is on the workshop itself, that definitely we would see benefit on having outside the negotiations before the SBs, but as well try not to overlap with the coordination of different groups and other coordinations that normally developing countries undertake before the SBs. And the second point is on the connection with the GST. What we see is that there will be this technical dialogue that we may benefit as well of having more input from a workshop that would be made previously, this third technical dialogue, where we can discuss with more, at least with more clarity or progress about the GGA and the framework. But we see as well that, or we may seek from the co-facilitators of the GST to include already this idea around the dimensions and themes and cross-cutting issues in the technical dialogue, especially on the work stream on adaptation. So that is key for us to have a work in progress in both rooms and try to fit the discussions from the GGA to at least the structural approach from the GGA to the GST, and have an actual stock taking on the GGA. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I now have Albert online from Congo. Albert, you have the floor.
Bonjour, je peux intervenir en français?
Please go ahead.
Parce que ici, je peux intervenir en français?
Yes, please go ahead.
D'accord. Mais je suis en train de voir sur la liste de gens qui ont soumis leur les gens qui ont soumis leur CEDEN, contribution déterminée à l'échelle nationale. La RDC a déjà soumis aussi sa CEDEN révisée. Et là, nous avons pris l'option de réduire 650 mégatonnes de gaz à effet de serre CO2 équivalent d'ici 10 ans. Maintenant, ce qui pose des problèmes, nous avons aussi établi dans l'adaptation pour faire beaucoup plus d'efforts sur l'adaptation et aussi sur l'atténuation, mais beaucoup sur l'adaptation. Et nous avons nos programmes que nous avons intégrés, même dans notre pour les ODD. Mais je vois sur la liste que vous avez publiée dans le document, on n'a pas mentionné que la RDC a soumis sa CEDEN, alors que la RDC a déjà soumis sa CEDEN et je n'ai pas vu ça, vous n'avez pas mentionné dans les documents, et c'est sur base de ça que nous pouvons peut-être vous parler de nos difficultés et de nos contraintes pour réaliser cela. Bien que notre contribution inconditionnelle, c'est de 2% et 98%, les partenaires pouvaient nous aider à le faire. Voilà un peu ma préoccupation et pourquoi vous n'avez pas enregistré la RDC qui a soumis aussi sa CEDEN depuis 2021. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, the connection was not that good. At least we understood the highlights, but not the details of your comments. So if you like, please also put in the chat your highlights, and then we are sure we understood you in a proper way. The next and last I would suggest for this, before we move over to the closing session, is the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry for coming back in again. I just wanted to be clear that for our side, we would support having the workshop before, but then really make clear that it's back to back to really limit our travels. I mean, we know this month was already very packed, so let's at least ensure that we have it as close as possible to the Bonn session, have it in Bonn, and perhaps we can even ask the secretary to look if we have like a different building to change our clothes, as Luke said, or something. I mean, just really make sure that we really are in this workshop setting, but that we at least are in Bonn in the few days before to also limit the quite excessive travels we all have here while working on climate. So let's keep it in mind as well. Thanks.
I assumed you were the last, but Wonga Sampson, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I guess I'm actually echoing the same sentiment of the EU, but for a different rationale. We would like as much participation from non-party actors as possible, and recognizing that increased travel back and forth, longer hotel stays, that kind of thing can have an impact on participation. We would advocate for having the workshop in close proximity to Bonn, ideally right before, but not too far in advance and not over too many days to enhance participation from external groups as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Now I don't see any flags anymore. So a short break to ensure that you stay, but two other people come up to the floor to do the closing. It is Hadija, that was also earlier here, together with Enko from the UN. Please, I invite you to come forward for the closing of the workshop.
To be very transparent.
Okay, we are coming to an end of a 3 days workshop with engaged participation. Let me start with thanking everyone for their contribution to this workshop. To start with the Maldives government and the local staff, all those who presented, moderated, and took part in the panels, because you provided an additional efforts to the participants that I think almost everybody made intervention from the room, and a large number of people online. Even participants rather often followed despite their time zone challenge. So we are really grateful from that. And there's always a risk that you forgot somebody. So I add simple anyone else. So I hope I didn't forget anybody. Going to the substance. I hope you agree with me that we got into a lot of great substantive details. We started with the transformation and the indigenous people, then developing understanding on how to get there through changing mindsets, and then using these principles as a basis for today's discussion on the framework and the GST. And then the next step, we already just discussed the meeting in June. Further details will be shared due course, because I also have to consult with my friend, the SBI chair, Nabil. I heard desire for some working mode. Everybody wants to work, and then it is not clear how you want to work together or more separate. Of course, the submission portal is always open. It's also open for submission by due date, but also earlier than due date. And I would really stress to all of you, please be latest on due date, because then the Secretariat is able to make a compilation in time available for you that also helps you with the preparation. If you want to work unofficially together, look in a transformative way in working together. Maybe you can create some global workspace where you put documents you want to share, where you put some way of communicating with each other. We had a discussion on transformative adaptation. Maybe you also can look some transformative cooperation to ensure that you have richer submissions and also an even better workshop than we had during these 3 days. For myself and the SBI chair, be aware that all doors and also our email address are always open for you. And we will be happy to meet you over the coming months. At least personally, I really like to attend the workshop, discuss with you, and as I indicated in the opening, talk with as many of you as possible. And I hope that we can continue in this open atmosphere and sharing view and opinion with each other. We still have a hard working year ahead of us on all adaptation related topics and relationship. So I wish you all the best and keep good health, because that is, of course, the most important. Only healthy people can produce good documents and participation in workshop. With this, I would like to hand over to Hadiji for her closing remark. Oh, no, sorry. One, thank you for correcting. And Nico, you have the word. Sorry.
No problem, and thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the United Nations system in Maldives, I'm here on behalf of Ms. Catherine as well, UN Resident Coordinator. I'm sure some of you back in your countries are exposed to the work of the United Nations on the ground, which is not very dissimilar in terms of modality of coming and transformative cooperation coming together and discussing on the way forward in our offer to governments. Let me start by acknowledging, of course, and thanking very much Minister of State of Environment, Climate Change and Technology, Her Excellency Khadija Nassim. It's been a pleasure operating on the background of this workshop in whatever format we have been called to support. Pleasure to meet you, sir, Chair of the Subsidiary Body for Scientific and Technological Advice, Mr. Harry Reuls. Now, this is where my Italian accent will defeat me miserably, so I do apologize for that. UN colleagues from the UNFCCC, it's good to see you all. Distinguished guests, participants, everybody online is good to be here. It's an honor, in fact, to give a couple of thoughts on this ending part of the workshop. I'm very sure and certain that the dialogue during these last 3 days have been fruitful, constructive, as it should be, and full of partition, and they make a community between each other and better understanding and the potential pathways for changing mindset worldwide towards transformation and the challenge of adaptation. And I heard in the closing remark already that how important it is for us to be able to have this conversation not only between practitioners, but also opening up there for the inclusion of people that do not normally participate in workshop at BME, as was made the reference for indigenous people and other ones that actually can contribute when they experience, and they can tell you what are the struggle around climate change and how life is adapted because of the climate emergency they're facing in the Maldives. We have some clear example of that. At the launch of the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, UN Secretary General highlighted that we must speed up efforts to deliver climate justice to those on the front lines of many crises, including loss and damage that none of them have caused. And I'm doing so. He highlighted also six clear points on what can be and must be done starting this year on this conversation that are happening, of course, at the global level. Of course, safeguarding the most vulnerable communities as a key priority and scaling up finance and capacities for adaptation on loss and damage. Promoting reforms to ensure multilateral development banks provide more grants and concession loans and fully mobilize private finance that lands where it needs to land. And delivery on the financial commitments made in Copenhagen, Paris, and Glasgow. He also added replenishing the Green Climate Fund this year and developing a roadmap to double adaptation finance before 2025. As we know, climate finance for adaptation is a recalcitrant issue in terms of resources available for the purpose of it. Protecting everyone from early warning system against natural disasters in the next 4 years, and implementing the new loss and damage fund this year at the COP28. I'm sure that a lot of this discussion has been part of your exchange in these days. I think the workshop comes amid a series of potential transformative initiatives and events happening globally on the climate action agenda. In addition, the UN Secretary General has urgent and action-oriented priority towards ensuring that global temperature rise does not exceed the 1.5 degrees. And UN member states are preparing the next COP on this subject, as right now we have a UN water conference kicking off in New York in these real hours. So it is very appropriate that we're concluding, and you are part of the conclusion of the GGA discussion here in Maldives, where vulnerabilities are experienced live just outside the buildings. And we recognize and encourage that Maldives to continue its exceptional leadership, and this one I can testify prima facie, because of course we, with the support and work that we've been doing with the Minister of Environment and Technology under the leadership of her Minister Aminat Shauna, which is currently landing, but also the staff administrator. I think this is a leadership that has been not only projected outside with very clear statement of commitment towards everything is being discussed around the adaptation agenda and the climate action, but it is actually concrete and it gets transformative in the way things are actually be done within the country. And I think there's no better example than actually showcase what you're doing in the country than to tell others, pathways for solutions. And this is very clear, for example, in the intention and commitments that Maldives has done in the national determined contribution and the adopted conditional emission reduction target by 26% by 2030. Compared to the usual business or business as usual that otherwise they would be faced to. So in conclusion, I would really congratulate all of you for the I'm sure discussion, and we hope we will have some insight also to enrich our programming work on the ground that we're doing here. When you wonder what a UN country team does. It's trying to translate in actual and concrete action whatever discussion and policy recommendation have been formulated in tables like yours today. So your insight, your discussion, your point, and your direction has an ability to influence, in fact, actual investment on the ground, and we're here to do so. Thank you very much, and to you, Arcadia.
Thank you for your words to the participants, and in general also thank you for coming. And I now move over to Minister Hajia Nassim. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. To all the friends in this room, good afternoon. After 3 days of great discussion, it is a pleasure to be here at the closing of the 5th workshop under the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal and adaptation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of those who have taken part in this workshop, both in person and virtually, by sharing expertise through presentations, joining one of the panel discussions, moderating sessions and breakout groups, as well as everyone who has taken the floor to contribute to the very rich discussions. The theme of transformational adaptation, indigenous peoples' inputs, and mindset change are so important for the Maldives. And I'm also glad they have been highlighted at this workshop in the rich discussions that took place. As you know, we all face immense challenges of climate action, whether it is sea level rise in the Maldives, or droughts in sub-Saharan Africa, or increasingly extreme weather events all around the world. And so a transformational approach to adaptation is imperative as we look to support the most vulnerable and to ensure the livelihoods of our future generations. We're also on track to overshoot the 1.5-degree temperature goal. And the IPCC synthesis report has made it abundantly clear that we're running out of time to avoid the worst of climate change impacts that are felt around the world. Even effective adaptation has its limits, as we all know. And at 1.5 degrees of warming, we will reach some of those limits, both for human and natural systems. So it is imperative that we do our best to avoid that outcome and to take timely, effective, and transformative adaptation actions while we still can. Because the impacts of the decisions we make and actions we take today will extend far beyond our lifetimes. So as we come to a close, let me once again thank all of you for taking part in this workshop. It has been an honor to host you in the Maldives and to hopefully have shown you what is at stake for us in the face of the climate crisis. I also hope we can build on all of the very positive discussions that you had and that you can move the GGA process forward before we meet in Bonn in June. Thank you, Substa Chair and the UNFCCC Secretariat, to Mariam and her team for their hard work and support throughout this workshop and the entire work program. Thank you to our virtual participants for following the discussions from various time zones around the world. And to those who will start their journey back home, I wish you all a safe and pleasant journey. And to those who are staying back, enjoy the Maldives. I hope to see some great pictures from all of you. And let me take this chance to wish Ramadan Mubarak to everyone who will start observing the holy month tomorrow. And it has been a pleasure hosting all of you. And thank you. And I hope to see you soon.
With this, the workshop is finalized and closed. Thank you.
you.